Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back for another space. Uh, the space today will be succinct and on to the point, mostly because there is a lot of things to unpack, both on a strategic point of view, but also a tactical point of view. The two main axes of analysis will be the Dobropila breach, and of course, the value of that breach with regards to the greater POCO axis, with POCO being Pokrovsk, Konstantinovka. There will also be a couple of other impressions, especially one that I slightly opened up as a mini explanation to Olga today. The main point here is that the usual tactical layout that the Russians have adopted since roughly, as I said, the counteroffensive that started in October 2023 in Avdiivka. We are going to be at 2 years of that general swap of initiative, despite the small parenthesis at Kursk. Kursk represented something very, very little. In a certain sense, Kursk was a mirror image of the Russians attacking Bakhmut while being basically chased out of town from parts of Kharkov Oblast and, of course, Kherson. Now, the main issues that we are going to look after are how come that after exactly 37 days from the glorious counter announced by the Ukrainians in the Dobropila axis, we are still hearing the same tired tale that there are 2 cauldrons, now 3 cauldrons that Russians have cut out there. They are surviving out of drone drops, stuff like that. Second of all, why suddenly we are having callbacks out of pro-Ukrainian voices giving up the same operational details that I insisted on at the very beginning of the quote-unquote breakthrough/outbreak in Dobropila, which is basically the Dobropila attack was a very cynical screen aimed at pushing as far as possible from the northern positions that were around Krasny Liman, Novokolomyshne, and expanding them, forcing Ukrainians to actually start pushing over there instead of trying to actually open up the lips or the jaws, if you want, of the encirclement around Pokrovsk, Mirnograd. Before this happened in Dobropila, which is at the turn of end of July, early August, I unfortunately now expurged, given that I lost that account, had made a thread over the fact that while people were expecting a breakthrough in Donetsk or Pokrovsk or whatever, in fact the Russians were going to make use of 2 runaway seams that were in the defensive lines of the Ukrainians, and it's exactly what happened and what's happening. First of all, the first runaway seam was straight to Dobropila. The second runaway seam was going for Drushkovka. The seam to Dobropila, in fact, was a hook that was going to take the Viditske, Rodinskoye, and then Dobropila axis that would cut the main highway going from Dobropila to Konstantinovka, or in this case, because Konstantinovka is already in the shit, but from Dobropila towards Kramatorsk, Slavyansk. That was a huge problem, logistically, but also operationally for the Ukrainians, because once you start losing physically a passage, you need to regain it or give it up, but that means that your whole defensive organization needs to pull back. And that's exactly what the Russians did. And I said it from the beginning. It's a very cynical decision because it would have entailed an infiltration force, an expansion force or exploitation force that would be clobbered as fast as possible by Ukrainians. Unfortunately for the Ukrainians and fortunately for us, the Ukrainians right now do not have the capacity and the capability to actually repel the Russians stat, which means that exactly what happened to the Russians in Kursk, where the initially moderate Ukrainian force caught the first line of defense by surprise and then expanded into a small 1,000 square kilometers territory, which was cut almost immediately down to about 700 core territory, but we stood at 900 due to cope state. In any case, as I said, a rapid reduction of these breaches for both sides is extremely, extremely problematic. This is why 37 days after they were supposed to have actually cut the progression of this breach, which is actually, as I said, is just a screen. A screen attack is that you are going to push a force and send them as fast as far as possible. And then this would allow you to gain a breathing space for the rear force to start establishing defensive positions beyond the line of contact that you had when you started the screen attack. And this situation actually, how can I say this, was extremely visible. I mean, the Russians were going to go for this because they had completely developed the Dobropila axis since roughly the month of May. That's when I started to notice two things. As I said, we had spoken about the seams in 2024, but in 2024 the seams were not obvious, especially because Kursk happened, and what I was expecting to be a 2-3 months maximum finish of job with the main effort of the Ukrainian side being done within a week, maximum 2, ended up being indeed the Ukrainian main effort was gone by early September. Actually, when we read a couple of threads and a couple of things, we understand that a week after the operation started, they were already bogged down. They were already shifting units from one side to the side and to the other in order to hold as much ground as possible. The issue, though, that once they had enough time, they stabilized, unfortunately, well enough, and they stood there for 7 months because they were finally kicked out early March for most of their positions. And then after that, it was literally small style counterattacks in order to somehow still claim they had ground in Kursk Oblast. Tetkino, for instance, was extremely, extremely stupid, but that's what Zelensky wanted, that to say, okay, we still have a foothold in Kursk, so what, we're going to deal for Kursk? In any case, that's a different aspect, but in this case here, I didn't expect the Russians to take that much time to kick them out. So 7 months, let's be honest, I wasn't expecting that. However, it became logical that to last there, given how much the Ukrainians started feeding the pocket. Initially, we had made all this whole thread, and by just a single units involved were over 70 different type of military assets. We're not counting the pickups and stuff like that, which meant that by the simple count of one piece, you had enough to equip a whole fucking battalion. But then we started losing multiple pieces of everything, and then you end up with a battle group that indeed looked a lot like the Pieperkampf group, but in modern times, which meant that for the Ukrainians, that use of resources was stupid. Zaluzhny recently came out to say, well, it was counterproductive. We shall say that it was a wonderful, magnificent bet from Zelensky if he was pro-Russian. But fast forward, that's an anecdote. what I thought would happen roughly between September, October, start September, October, and would grind on until like March 2025 didn't happen. What happened though is that once Kursk was released, we had a new operational wave on the Russian side. First, it started with a buffer in Sumy. That buffer, I'm going to repeat, is so predictable because what they did there is that they created this buffer over 200 square kilometers, and now they're just leaving the Ukrainians to do exactly what happened to the Ukrainians in Kursk, but now the Russians are playing that role. And unlike the Ukrainians, the Russians now are going, when they have to take an area and control it, they are going light vehicles, minimal use of armor, a lot of FPVs, and a lot of UNPKs. Which means that they can stay their ground for, I'm sorry to say it like this, but for an indefinite period, for as long as there are people that are being put into defensive positions. And indeed, they're going to start losing them, getting the positions chipped away. But we're speaking about 12 to 15 square kilometers over 5 months. So basically April, May, June, July, August, and then September is not over yet. But end of April to end of September right now, we're at 5 months. So when Ukrainians mock the Russians for going too slow, just tell them about Sumy. After Sumy, we had a renewal of the attack, and that's at that point when I said, okay, it was 25th of May. You have these two seams, they're going to exploit them, yada, yada, yada. What happened is that the Russians started on both sides, and those two seams right now are giving the biggest headache to the Ukrainian side. Why? Because they're not alone. So what you're seeing in Dobropila, well, the Ukrainians want you to only look there. In fact, a lot more things are happening elsewhere. And the biggest issue we're seeing right now, PR-wise, is of course Kupiansk. The 1st of September, remember that Zelensky congratulated some homos that allegedly had liberated large part of Moskovka, and then they were driving the Russians out of Kupiansk. We learned after that it wasn't the 1st of September, that actually the video was older. And other guys got absolutely raped, and the very next day they had shown that video. The Russians showed their own troops being in Moskovsk at the exact same location where allegedly Ukrainians had liberated their area. On top of that, with this huge loss of ground around Moskovsk, we started having the development of the area of Kupiansk. The funniest part was, of course, discovering that the Russians had done it a third time with an operation pipe. And most importantly, it's not only that they had done it a third time. Most importantly, it is that they had done it in such a way that for Kupiansk this time, there was little help that would come if it was going to be concomitant with Pokrovsk. And not only that, but the situation in Kupiansk went so wrong in a certain sense that, for instance, if you want to go anywhere near Kupiansk and try to liberate the city, you have to pass along one valley road that is already under drone control. And if you want to pass on the other side, so from the heights, then you're going to be on the vis-a-vis heights on the other side, which is controlled by the Russians. Therefore, for the Ukrainians, there is not much to do there. Are they going to abandon the city? No, of course not. Ukrops are not like that. The mental illness that we're seeing with the Ukrop high command is that they are not considering that in any case, a bit what happened actually, this is what is also very funny. They did that in 2022. From some areas, they just pulled out. They let the Russians grind themselves out by lack of proper logistical lines, perfidious attacks, of course, on their echelons. In any case, they had a better plan, let's say it like this. And of course, they had a lot more manpower than the Russians, which allowed them to actually soak losses, but also go after the Russian logistics and the rear lines. However, we are in 2025, and of course, if you want a more obvious problem of the Ukrainians having manpower issues, is exactly this. For a lot of people, there is talk of these firefighting brigades being elevated to this whole assault group corps. But it just shows exactly what has been said for so long. You can only do firefight if you are able to replenish them, but that also means that your firefighters cannot be used as occupying troops. They can be sent somewhere to stabilize the situation or even reverse it, but after that, you need to pull them out, because the moment the Russians are going to fixate your firefighting brigade, it's going to become the hashish shashlik brigade. And this is something that has been a fact of life in this conflict. The moment the Russians are going to fucking pin you down, it doesn't matter that you're fucking Super Pidor or Salomon, you're going to end up dead. There is no escape from that. And I'm not like, it's not some kind of glorious plan from the Russians, it's just how they fucking fight. The moment they pin you down, the moment they're going to see where the fuck are you located, how they're going to move, they're just going to UMPK your ass. And we keep having this, like, it is the one main reason that a lot of people are recognizing, including bigger drone-ups themselves. The moment you do not move enough, they spot where you move, they spot your locations, they spot your retreat points and your switch points. They're going to whack you up. And this is for everybody who's laughing with the Russian way of war. If the Russians could go faster, they would. The problem that the Russians have now, when it comes to going faster, is that there is no panacea for the drones. They're cheap. You can try and jam them, but you cannot jam them fully. It would require a fuck ton of different frequencies, a fuck ton of embarked power, and of course, it would require that the Ukrainians, for some reason, do not have enough drones to start with, which for FPVs is not the case. They have enough money to buy that shit thing. And it's the same thing for the Russians. Ukrainians also hope that the Russians will not have the money to have enough FPVs, but it's not the case. Both sides on that aspect are not suffering from shortage of FPVs, they are suffering from a shortage of good quality FPVs. Russians have solved that partially, in large part actually, by using optic fibers that are, in average, about 40% cheaper for the Russians, given they're working with the Chinese straight away. The main issue with optic fibers is that at some point, you just cannot go on like that. And we've seen images of whole fields being covered by optic fiber. And at some point, you're gonna fucking learn where the position of your counter drone ops is, because it's gonna be laid out with optic fiber. And so it's still undefeated, let's be honest, if you have to use only few of them and you choose different axes and you have long enough spools and your target is close enough, so within 10 to 12 kilometers, and you have a 20 kilometer spool, you can avoid being too obvious. But when you start using this massively, as we've seen in some area denial operations from the Russians, but also from Ukrainians, but especially from Russians, you can see that the fucking whole field, once the sun rays start hitting it, it looks like there is a water line going through the fields. So let's go back to the analysis. Once you have the situation with those two scenes that are exploited, one that goes to Drushkovka and the other that goes around towards Dobropila, but of which the real goal is to actually push Ukrainians towards Dobropila and start cutting the axis in Ordinsky, then you're going to have a wonderful proposal for the Ukrainians, which is you try to survive doing logi runs within Pokrovsk, you're going to die. And that's more or less what the alarm bell that was sent by at least 3 different Ukrainian sources. While people are trying to cut whatever they want to do in Dobropila, the Russians have completely taken out mass logistics within Pokrovsk. And the only thing you're gonna do is just round the gauntlet. And most of the time you're gonna lose it. And people say, yeah, but still there are some cars that go through. My problem is not that there are some cars that go through. The problem is that in order for one car to go through, you're gonna lose 3, 4, or 5. At some point, the sheer delay in delivery and loss of quantity, loss of volume, it's just gonna make itself felt, and you can already see it. The Russians are closing in to Mirnograd. Russians are already in Pokrovsk. Yes, they're allegedly DRG, stuff like that. The problem is that they can go inside the city, take positions, and force Ukrainians to use their small garrisons in different areas of different microareas of the city, try and pull them out. Which means these guys are going to be showing up where they are. They're not going to be under cover, under concealment into higher rises or other buildings. And then, of course, you're going to follow them with the drone, and then you're going to PK their asses, or FPV their asses, or shite their asses. Doesn't really matter. You are going to put the fucking hurt on them. And in many aspects, it is exactly the same way that the Russians were operating in Bakhmut. Difference is that now both sides have FPVs, but one side has huge manpower issues, which doesn't allow it to have, as I said, a continuous line of defense within the city perimeter. And we're speaking both cities, so Pokrovsk and Mirnograd. As I said, the minimum perimeter of defense, one line is 22 kilometers. If you want to take completely following the defensive position, stuff like that, you're going to arrive at roughly 31 kilometers. Which means that you, in order to have a good defensive line, you need to have 100 guys per square kilometer, which means 3,100 people for the very first line. And you under reserves inside the whole city as basics should have 10,000 guys to fight for it. This, unfortunately, is just not possible for Ukrainians to start cramming 10,000 guys for Pokrovsk, especially when the city is quasi-empty. Because it means that everything that goes in the city is logistics for them. It's not civilian shit, whatever, it's just for them. Which means that everything that tries to get inside is for the Ukrainian soldiers, and you shoot it out. This free fire zone that has been established all over the areas in Pokrovsk that have not been curtailed actually is showing both the predictability of the Russian forces, but also the fact that it might sound predictable, it might sound stupid, or it might sound extremely plain and bland, but it works. And for the Ukrainians, the problem is that the moment it starts working the way the Russians intended, it's too late to reverse it. And we had these counterattack mid-August that I thought would have been smarter to go for the base, so try and take out the lips or the jaws of the hotel around Pokrovsk and Mirnograd. But what they did is they tried to cut what they call the ears of the bunny, but they tried to cut the tip of the breach. It's stupid. It does no good to the Ukrainian forces because, as I said, in order to cut that breach, the way the forces are laid out, the way the forces are also composed, means that you're going to more or less end up into an early melee. That early melee is going to give you very few pointers on how you're going to move to get the Russians out of somewhere. Initially, Azov, Bosit, and Pidor State put all these layers of control and counterattack. But after almost 40 days, whatever Cope State put out on that map didn't make any sense then, let alone today. So the other big issue that, of course, COP6 is covering is that while the Ukrainians are now really losing tempo at the tip of the breach, the top of the breach, the Russians, you can see that they slowly are creating the conditions on both sides to have a larger front. In many cases, it's the same tactic that we've seen multiple times. First you have fingers, fingers become hands, hands become fists. Right now we are still in the phase of fingers. There is no consolidation to a hand between Poltavka and Dorozhanye. It's still a very porous front as well, which means that the battle is far from being won on that screen. The issue is that the screen was never supposed to be the battle. The screen was supposed to hold, I think, between 2 and 3 weeks. And then between those 2 and 3 weeks, the Russians would have choked the Pokrovsk agglomeration strong enough to start proceeding with a massive attack around the city. The issue, though, is that it went, in my opinion, beyond what the Russians were expecting. So now the Russians are feeding the pointer while also choking the actual agglomeration. So basically, Pokrovsk and Minograd. Now, given the fact that Ukrainians are not able to finish this breach off fast enough, now we have another issue. Because in order, as I said, to cut this breach, they pulled multiple subunits from big-name brigades. This meant that a lot of areas, and a lot of people are quick to point out Kupiansk, stuff like that. No, Kupiansk and Serebrenka, for instance, they're completely due to the fact that generally the Ukrainians are lacking manpower. It's not this thing especially. However, it is true that some units were also moved from other areas that right now are not doing very well. And as you know, the small Zhid just took out 2 commanders of 2 specific directions, which unfortunately for the Ukrainians are faltering. One of them, I already did this micro thread, is the south of Donetsk Oblast and the push east to west that started in September 2024 around Ugledar. Initially it was supposed to be the Ugledar wall, and I had thought about this Ugledar wall to be a push between 25 and 40 kilometers as a first step, and then push north of Pokrovsk to get it. Unfortunately, you know that in August the Kursk happened, so my idea was that they're gonna pose the south of Donetsk, they got Kursk fast enough, they restart operation south of Donetsk. Unfortunately for a lot of people, especially for the Ukrainians, the Russians went with a completely different approach. What was the different approach? Pretty simple. We're gonna push south of Donetsk, because what the Ukrainians did with Kursk changed completely the vision that the Russians had about this war, but also that the Ukrainians themselves had about this war. For the Ukrainians, the normal guy, I'm not speaking about Zelensky, the whole point was to kick the Russians out of Ukraine. And it was thought that it was going to be either by military force or by a political agreement. And in this case, of course, you could say why the Russians would agree with the Ukrainians if they still are having the upper hand and they're pushing forward. And then, of course, it makes sense that you start grabbing territory within Russia. So, of course, then the Russians are going to force to be at the negotiation table and give up something to get back their lost territory. Unfortunately for all the people, and this is something that nobody got properly from the get-go, is that in order to pull the Russians in and also create a panic so the Russians would transfer a lot of forces in, halt operations within Donbass, you needed to take enough shit within Russia. This was thwarted, as I said, within the first week. They didn't even get 1,000 square kilometers. Never mind the fucking bullshit yapping that our friend Syrskyi invented. Syrskyi and Zelensky, by the way, are going with the same crap right now, which is we freed 180 square kilometers. The whole fucking salient is 230 kilometers based on Cope State. Now, as I said, it's very possible that this might be a lot more. So instead of having, as I said, the 230, it was bigger, and then the Ukrainians are coping. But even then, in order for you to have done that, the Russians should have been in areas that right now have never been touched, which is, of course, a huge problem. For whoever understands how this war is working, you can understand that the Ukrainians are not simply trying to modify how the things work in the field. Ukrainians are trying to lie and make believe stuff that doesn't exist. Initially, you would think this is some bullshit cope from the secret part, but it's not true. And it works perfectly in unison with the new logic that Ukrainians are pursuing in compelling Trump to give them shit that Biden wouldn't give them. And they got the point there. First of all, Trump is an idiot, has a huge ego, and suffers from delusions of grandeur. So by showing him things that he doesn't get, by being quote unquote edgy in your explanation and whole demonstrations, and cherry picking stuff, by creating this idea that one side or the other is weak or is losing, you're going to turn Trump into a certain way towards you. This is something that Trump showed when he was speaking about troops being cauldroned in Kursk in month of March. Kursk, Ukrainians were not really cauldroned, they were getting killed. That's it. They're getting fucking raped, and that was point and period. That's it. The few guys that got captured were stragglers, and it's true that even those, some of the Russian troops just fucking shot them. So when it comes to Trump saying something completely like outlandish, like Russia is losing, gas lines, all that stuff, you can understand how this is going, and you can understand the make-believe. The whole point for the Ukrainians right now is to give the impression, exactly what they're actually are saying the Russians are doing, is to give the impression they are progressing on the field. Unfortunately, as I said, when you start watching to the maps and you start hearing what is being told, you might attempt to isolate this and speak about whatever is happening in the small rabbit bullshit in Dobropila. But everywhere else, it's completely different. So with the stalling and the situation in Dobropila being bad actually for the Ukrainians, but let's say that it is better, the rest is just going to shit. Kupiansk, that, as I said, the 1st of September was supposed to have been on the verge of liberation. It's not. The 20th of September, Zelensky announced powerful counteroffensive in Kupiansk. Well, when you see what Cope State wrote recently, you're like, yeah, for sure, there was a powerful counteroffensive, but there is a nuance. And then we have the situation, of course, in Yampol, in Dornivka, in Siversk, and then you see that's a shit show. You don't need to tell anyone. As I said, the most important problem is when you start looking at Cope State, you start understanding what's going on. Cope State has always been part of their PR. We're not gonna keep yapping and crying about it. But Cope State now, by reverse analogy, you can understand where this is going. And as I said, even when they try to lie or they hide some losses through the gray zone, you cannot explain to me that suddenly the gray zone is tripling your contested area, and that's not a problem. So it doesn't actually even matter to me what Cope State is going to say in detail. As usual, I'm looking at a trend, and there are other trends that are not going the right way. We spoke about the losses. I mean, this year is completely fucking nuts. We are at 125 to 1 according to Oryx, which is denying a fuck ton of losses on the Ukrainian side. There are critical losses on the Russian side, especially around the area around Crimea due to the Starlink drones. But for the moment, they do not impact the front as it is, and they are not even impacting the rear properly. The biggest issue that the Russians are having right now, as I said, is to go back to a naval surveillance program. Doesn't matter how they do it, they just need to do it. Because once the Ukrainians are losing that 50, 60, 70 kilometer littoral barrage area that they're doing right now, especially for some airfields like Kacha or Saki, then the whole PR game that Ukrainians are playing with right now is gone. And if you want PR, it's very simple. Look at what they attacked in the last couple of times. 2 Bf-12s that were theirs, they were in not flyable condition, and 2 N-26. One most probably was theirs, because it was the engines were pulled, and the other one, was it airworthy or not, I do not know, but it was a towed plane in any case. So it wasn't moving on its own, under its own power. Nevertheless, 2 airframes lost when it comes to N-26. As for the barriers, as I said, doesn't really matter. It was theirs to begin with, and the locations of both barriers and the state of both barriers, I found them in the airfield at Kacha. The exact same planes since 2021. One of them has no engines at all. The other one has only one engine and was basically mothballed. Now, generally speaking, the problem I'm needing to actually relate to you guys is that this make-believe is, in a certain sense, the paroxysm of this counter effort, in a certain sense. What hurts me when I check this for the make-believe is that it seems to work with Trump. Trump changed his rhetoric, and strategically, this for Ukrainians gives them a boost because they're like, everything's going to be fine, Trump's going to deliver whatever, it's going to be cool. The problem with this mentality on the Ukrainian side is that it doesn't actually even really matter if Trump is going to give you anything or not. For Ukrainians, it's once again the PR party that works. Did they got the approval by Trump? Are they going to be talking about tomahawks? Are they going to be talking about intelligence for a future counteroffensive? That's what they need right now. Why do they need it? Because what they're lacking, absolutely, it's not even weaponry, it's money. And by having this logic, they are hoping that, you guessed it, that frozen cash from the Russian coffers that is in Euroclear gets looted and they get the money for them. Once they get the money, it is true that it would allow for Ukraine to resist another 2 years on that cash alone, because it's a huge fucking amount for them. It would mean getting a bounty, 140 billion according to MERS, which is about 2 years worth of aid. And it would cover on that alone about 66%, 2/3 of a nominal budget for the whole year. Of course, within restrictions, because they're going to still receive left and right other money, they're going to generate their own shit, so it helps them cover the budgetary gap for this year, I mean, for 2026 and 2027. This means, once again, the war, at least on the financial side for the Ukrainians, goes there. Big problem, as I've already explained, and I posted recent articles from the Belgian side. The Belgians know that the moment there is a litigation, there's an arbitration, they're losing. And the moment they're losing, it doesn't matter how much time they need to pay. They need to pay. And past a certain time, and I know that the Europeans are going to try and stall this shit, the Belgians risk confiscation of their goods abroad based on an arbitration that they cannot avoid. And this arbitration cannot be political either, because it's not political. It's not they're going to say, oh, Russians are bad, so we're not going to agree with them. No, it's a very legal instrument. And what's going to happen at this point is that this legal instrument is going to be given to the Russians. It is going to make life extremely difficult for the Belgians internationally, especially for the assets that the Belgians and Belgian affiliated companies are having in jurisdictions beyond Western control. So, for instance, you have, let's say, a investment in China. I really hope that there are no aids from the Belgian Ministry of Digital Bullshit or Ministry of Economy or any kind of Belgian agency for international commerce or exports. Because that would be game. It would be game for the Russians. And of course they would ask the Chinese, and the Chinese, in my opinion, are going to say yes. Because it's too good. You get to actually seize that shit, you offset it with the Russians giving them money, and you nationalize the investment. It's such a win-win. Because you also get the IP that goes with it. So, in many cases, this is what the Belgians do not want to do. Because there are actual fucking consequences. On top of the actual consequences of losing income, because right now the Belgians are looting the interest for their own budgetary use. So once you start thinking like this and understanding what the Ukrainians want, you also start understanding that they do not want to win this war. I mean, they would like to win. But what they want the most is to push Russia into a timeout and enjoy that timeout to hammer the point that, see, Russia is fucking fledgling and they're losing and you need to help us finish them off. What Ukrainians want to do is resist long enough, this is my opinion by the way, in order to present a situation where a limited quote-unquote intervention from Western forces would allow the Ukrainians to recover enough ground as to make the Russians think twice, and most importantly, go and sit to the table of negotiations, a kind of what happened in March 2022 when the Russians went down to their request, and the latest version of their request was absolutely humiliating for the Russians. And that was after 1 month alone. Now the issue with that, as I said, is that the Ukrainians, whereas they would like to resist for 2 years, what they do not have is the capacity to generate enough forces year on year to sustain that kind of thought. So for instance, I'm expecting the Ukrainians to have lost just on killed this year between 60 and 70,000 people. That means that if you add amputees, wounded, shell-shocked, AWOL plus deserters, the Ukrainians this year would lose between 200 and 300,000. I know the threshold is very big, but hear me out on why it is so big. So they would lose between 200 and 300,000 people in a way or another. Now the issue with 200 or 300 is not the threshold, the difference. The issue is that 200 in 2025, 2026, 2027 erase any kind of attempt from the Ukrainian side to replace the losses. On top of it, these are losses that are long-term or definitive. So killed or missing in action, captured, AWOL, deserters, which means that in any case, it doesn't matter if you're AWOL for 1 week or a whole year. Your biggest issue, or the biggest issue of the unit that you're from, is that you're not present at some point. And you never know if that point is when the Russians are going to fucking run you over and rape you. Remember, we had this discussion multiple times, and it was said that some of the units that were supposed to hold lines, shit like that, were at 30% of their complement. And in order for them to be at 30% of the complement, it cannot only be just killed and wounded. You have AWOL. Well, those 30%, when you see the article we're speaking about, it's exactly where the Russians make their pushes and are now literally taking over Kupiansk. So, as I said, for the Ukrainians, the whole point is to limit their killed in action, so the recoverable losses to 40,000. Everything over 40,000 killed or missing in action means that you're going to triple that 60,000, for instance. You're going to be 180,000 of guys that you know are going to be irrecoverable for good, and you're going to probably add another 100,000 of AWOL and deserters, which are variable, that maybe some going to come back, a minority of course, some not. But in any case, you're losing them even though they're alive. You have no use of them because they're not present, they're not available, and this is so far what is hurting the Ukrainians the most. At some point in the year, some units have such a high level of unavailable personnel for various reasons, AWOL is one of the biggest, that they simply cannot present a strong enough force. And often it is obvious that the units that are most exposed to Russian wrath are those that have the less personnel at the line, given to injury, given to definitive loss, or given to AWOL. And this is exactly how things work, and this is exactly why people touting the Ukrainian assault brigades, the firefighting brigades, they do not understand the real problem. Once again, as I said, if you get these units at 30% of their capability, defending huge gaps where the Russians go in, and you suddenly use, let's say, the 47 Magera brigade as a stopgap measure, you send, I don't know, 2 or 3 battalions of that shitty brigade, and you're going to plug that gap that the Russians are pouring from. Well, if it goes well, it's fine, because you're not going to have enough losses, and you're just going to pull back, and then same 30% unit is going to cover that gap. Hopefully, something is thought through, and you pull out the 30% unit, and you put something else. But in most cases, it doesn't go well. In most cases, and we've seen this, especially with Azov, that I call glorified skirmishers. These guys go there, try to liberate, counter, whatever. 1, 2, 3 days, it's fine. Then it's not so fine. Then you understand that actually what Azov does is literally go there, show off, try to present themselves as big super science, whatever. Get butt fucked after a week, because, as I said, they're going to start getting pinned, and the Russians are going to just to rape them with UMPKs, Iskanders, Lancets, FPVs, artillery, whatever. You name it, they got it up their ass. So, suddenly your firefighting brigades, because you get so many gaps, they started to get ground out. And this is what actually is happening in Dobropila. In Dobropila, the firefighting brigades that were supposed to consolidate this axis are getting raped. That's why you do not have this quick elimination of the axis, simply because they cannot stand there. They just cannot stay. And the areas they try to block are just fucking ras campagne. They are not defending a build-up area, a bit like the multiple urban fights that a couple of his units have tried to take over. The 47th, for instance, has never really fought into a urban area. Not even in Avdiivka. They were getting out from small settlements that would get bombed, and they're going to get pushed back and back and back and back, and they would go forward and push back again. This is something that once you start seeing it for what it is, you're scared to death for the Ukrainian forces because they do not manage to do anything for now 2 years. But suddenly, according to Trump and Zelensky, they're going to mount such a huge counteroffensive that's going to regain the whole fucking 20% of country they have lost. I need to explain to you that part of this 20% is Crimea. In order to get to Crimea, you need to cross the Dnieper and you need to cross the Black Sea. I know that for a lot of people, given the USV situation, this sounds something like it's doable, but it's not. And I'm going to tell you, in my opinion, why. The Ukrainians, first of all, do not have a landing craft fleet in order to land. And I had this discussion within the GC, I think over 6 months ago. They will have to use civilian ships. And most probably, as we saw with the attempts in the Dnipro, barges converted into landing craft. Which means that a lot of people are going to die there. And the landing that would require between 20 and 30,000 people would also have to cross the fucking Dnieper, shoot through Oleshki and Kherson, and end up at the separation between Kherson and Crimea. Trust me, the Ukrainian forces, as they stand now, maybe tomorrow they like wake up super warriors, shit like that. You can never exclude it because, you know, Ukrainian bullshit is so strong that at some point it can work. But the Ukrainian forces we're having right now, in order for them to mount such an operation, they would have to abandon 1 or 2 general directions. So it would be some kind of rokad and some kind of exchange of pieces. The issue, once again, is that once the Ukrainians are going to try and fight in Crimea, with still the Crimean land bridge on, they are just going to get exterminated trying to push through or land or whatever. And this is where things are so bad once you start analyzing it on a logistical point of view, that Crimea is not an option, despite everything that Primary is doing. Then when you see the axis of pressure coming on south of Donetsk, I already have a micro thread on that one, Russians have pushed that Ugledar wall into an operational wall of defense. 80 kilometers east to west in 1 year. Right now, they have about 92 kilometers to go to Kamyansk. And pushing properly, the way I'm doing right now, which is, as I said, around 8 kilometers east to west, in 2 to 3 months, they're going to cover the 25 kilometers that separate them from the railway. I'm going to actually publish it so you can a bit see what I mean. So these are the 2 pictures. And yep. So as you can see on the pictures, there's only 25 kilometers to Ternivate. Ternivate is the tri-oblast area, tri-oblast being Zapo, Dnipro, and then the passage from the Donetsk Oblast. So, well, pushing from the Donetsk Oblast into Dnipro and making the junction from south of Zaporozhye to north of Zaporozhye at the junction with the Dnipropetrovsk Oblast, as at the least, so basically still within the annexed oblast, creates a huge narrowing of the general gap, which allows the Ukrainians only 65 kilometers of width to develop any kind of counteroffensive in Zaporozhye. On top of it, their flank that initially was flat, the flank when they started the counter in June 2023 was flat, and it was a 150 kilometer line that they had in Zapo. So they had enough space to maneuver and hit as much as the fucking lands they wanted to do. So when I say 150 kilometers, you had southern Donetsk as well. But I mean, the whole Zapo counteroffensive was that the whole line from the Energodar reservoir to basically roughly around Kurakovo was still flat, and therefore you had the place to maneuver. But now your flank as Ukraine, your left flank is going very deep on your back. So when you go there, you are starting to have this gut. So the guys, when they're going to have to start their counter, they're going to start to attack this axis towards Ternuvate. So basically, one huge part of this would be attacking from Dnipropetrovsk Oblast, within Dnipropetrovsk Oblast, going towards Zaporozhye Oblast. This would basically, if it's not done prior to whatever counter-offensive they might be trying, is going to give away the whole fucking game. Because for the Russians, it's true they're going to try and resist into Zapo. It's logical. They have the lines and everything. But seeing the Ukrainians coming straight for the tip of the salient going within Dnipropetrovsk Oblast, and given that all of that area there is covered by small rivers, small water puddles, stuff like that, it makes it extremely complicated for the Ukrainians to actually push the Russians away from there. So, as I said within GC, this kills whatever counter you want to do. If you are not able to clear the Russians from that axis that are developing right now, they have a lot of chance to see through. With only, as I said, a small 900 square kilometers to take until March 2026 is more than enough. Then, as a Ukrainian, you have no chance within Zapo. So what remains? You're going to try Lugansk? Fortunately, the Russians are there, they are pushing properly. You are going to try Donetsk? Good luck with that. What remains, indeed, as you may have understood, are they going to do something very stupid in Crimea, or are you going to do something very stupid in Russia itself? So far, we've understood that in Russia itself, the first couple of shots are going to be good, but then after that, the bear is just going to go back and maul your ass. So, when you hear Zelensky say, we need American intelligence for the counteroffensive to come, and he's speaking about BGM-109, so Tomahawks, you understand that actually what he's speaking about is not a real ground offensive. We all would like that because it would mean less pigs breathing. But what Zelensky means right now, he wants to have enough strategic weapons, not that many to begin with, probably 100, 150, in order to start denting the Russian military industry. Its main target, in my opinion, guessed it, Alabuga. They're going to go after the Shahids. Not only that, but also other industrial pools like Perm, for instance. Motovilika is going to get blown up. But at the same time, even Trump knows that you're going to start using strategic weapons that you gave them, and that they need your intelligence, they need your firing modus, whatever. There is a huge fucking chance that the Russians going to say, okay, you want to play like that? Enough is enough. And you're going to nuke somewhere in Ukraine. The moment that you just blow something up, honestly, I would go for Kaniv Reservoir Dam. That's going to signal that Russians are fucking serious. And if you're going to try to do this bullshit, we're going to push it further. And pushing further means that you're going to maybe have a nuke in the middle of Lviv or Kiev. Doesn't actually matter where it's going to fall. The whole point is to show the world, but especially the Ukrainians, that they can fucking try and escalate this bullshit as much as they want with the aid of the pedos from Washington. But what's going to happen is that the guys who control the escalation ultimately in Ukraine is not the US, it's Russia. And I'm going to repeat, I do not believe for my life that this scenario will happen, because the Americans will not go for it. Therefore, they're not going to deliver Tomahawks. A lot of people are talking about, oh, it's not going to be Tomahawks with JASM. I said JASM is a completely different approach, which will cost the Ukrainians a lot more than what they are prepared to lose right now. JASM, while not being Tomahawk, is still going to open the Ukrainians for bridge and NPP damage. Bridge destruction, NPP damage, dam destruction. And we know that the Russians can do it because the few times they tried, they had results. They fucked up the turbines at the Dniprogas. They fucked up 2 bridges in Zapo. The Ukrainians spent 9 months to repair ancillary damage, not full damage. Now we also know that if the Russians want, they can just fucking shahid their way through a lot of other infrastructure. We saw them attack Chernigov with extreme accuracy. The energized 300,000 people worth of grid. Ukraine said 30,000. I'm not going to believe that, because I don't think that in Chernigov right now you have only 30,000 people. But doesn't actually, who the fuck even cares, by the way. So strategically, the whole point that Ukrainians want that is to have Trump believe that they can win if he escalates hard enough. Now, I know that Trump would like to escalate. Not because he believes that escalation is going to win him anything. No, but by escalating, he thinks that he's going to go to Putin and say, listen, bro, more like this is going to happen. Unfortunately for Trump, this is not a Soleimani case, when he just fucking blasted Soleimani, another perfidy, by the way, and he said to Iranians, shut the fuck up, or I'm going to do worse. And then the Iranians obliged by doing this bullshit strike that still was beautiful to watch, but it was bullshit. In this case, for the Russians to nuke something in Ukraine, it cost them nothing. I'm going to be honest with you. If the price of deterrence to the Americans, not to Ukrainians. Ukrainians, they don't care. The Ukrainian forces that are currently fighting, mobilized, not mobilized, I think in their mind, they hope not to die. Their goal right now is not winning. Their goal is not to die. It's to get out of this war alive. Never mind how much fucking limbs they're going to miss. Just want to be breathing after the shooting stops. But in order to deter the Americans from being faggots, well, I think nuking a place in Ukraine would work. Now, once again, this, in my opinion, is not going to happen. Both administrations so far have toyed with the idea of giving Ukraine strategic weapons or assimilated to such. But the issue with that is, once again, that the Russians have a right to retaliate outside of Ukraine. They're not going to fucking fire a RS-26 into fucking Washington. No, what they're going to do is just proliferate. And once you start that game of proliferation, as I said, America's losing that game. Because suddenly you're going to maybe have the Iranians having another 20, 30 warheads, and they have enough means to throw them far enough, especially where they want them, which is LGBT, for those who understand, they understand. And this is the whole issue with the current strategic layout. Russians are trying to be the adult in the room. With Trump, that's not possible. The guy is a moron, but most importantly, he's a dangerous moron. With the Ukrainians, as I said, it's a fucking demented crack addict, now literally lying out of no reason. Like, you can say that you recovered, I don't know, like 20, 30, 50, 60 square kilometers, but you're not gonna fucking invent something that doesn't exist. We liberated and cleared 380 square kilometers, bro. It's like that's 50% more than was ever mapped. But it doesn't matter, because this, as I said, is the lack of accountability on the Ukrainian side. They can say whatever they want, the Europeans are still gonna applaud. And if you want an example of that, is how the fucking Germans are now sucking dick. Incredibly, like, I've never seen a powerhouse go down so hard, so fast. Yet, they still have parrots saying, oh, you know what, the energy now in Germany is cheaper than when the war started. I'm like, yeah, for sure, you had a fucking spike when the war started, but actually the energy in Germany is almost 3 times more expensive than 2021, before the price surge. So I'm not really sure with the comparison of that stuff, but once again, you can understand that Westerners, especially Europeans, have gone so far in this attempt to portray the war in Ukraine as something that's existential to them. It never was. Actually, it is becoming for some of the countries, because they're going too far into this charade. They're going too far into their self-sabotage. And as I said, the cost of this war for Europe, with the incremental price raise, with the shift within technologies when it comes to gas, for instance, they had to go for LNG, so they have to have floating terminals, all that shit. And also the general pricing. Europe has spent about 4 trillion euros. If you add the aid to Ukraine, if you had the aid swaps, if you had the hidden subventions, which are the cost of spending money to build up factories, to order shit left and right, and of course, as I said, to cover a lot of this with public spending. The plan, for instance, is 800 billions of spending over 2030 in order to reinforce the fucking defense. The issue when we start thinking about that is that most of this money is going to be spent by the same guys. At least this guy is going to be the big four. Italy, Spain, France, and Germany. Poland, that has completely overshot his expenditure by borrowing shit in Korea, doesn't count, because most of those expenses were done prior to the war, were planified or agreed upon up to a certain point prior to the war. But as I said, Europe is preparing for something and half-assing even that preparation for something that's not going to happen. Russia is not going to go after Europe in any case right now. By the way how the Europeans are declining economically because of this war, and the Germans literally, most recently there was an article about one of the most high-tech enterprises in Germany, which was doing rotative threading for textiles, generally speaking, was getting fucked by the Chinese, because the costs were going up, are still going up, especially energy costs. Don't forget, the cost, generally speaking, for non-household energy furnitures has doubled in any case from 2022. I'm not speaking about 2021 or prior to that, but The cost has doubled in any case. And I know that a lot of people do not understand this. They're saying like, okay, it went from 6 cents to 12 cents or from 12 cents to 16 cents. Yes, but don't forget, those guys are churning shit out, this spending a fuck ton of money on the energy they consume. It's not, oh, I'm going to get out, I'm going to close the fucking lights at home. They have processes that need to be fed 24/7 in some cases, which means that the efficiency energy-wise doesn't change much, because it would go with a process change that would make it impossible to have some of the production rates that you see. But in any case, so this company, high-tech, big name in Germany, insolvent, beat the fuck out by the systemic crisis right now, and the Chinese. And once again, it's such a perfect storm for the Germans, because nobody asked them, except for Biden, to commit suicide. And they are committing suicide not for values, because if they had values, as I said, they would do the same to Israel, they would do the same to Saudi Arabia, they would do the same to so many other of their suppliers or friends or clients. They are not. They're doing this because, unfortunately, Saudi Arabia, Israel, all these shitbirds, they are not, quote-unquote, systemic adversaries. Russia is. So for everybody that's pretending that it's something like legal, whatever, no. We are literally into a pillar of a upcoming, or so the Europeans think, upcoming revisionist and revanchist power, unity, which is the BRICS in a certain sense, but in this case, especially the Chinese-Russian tango in this case, because for the Chinese, let's not be stupid. The Chinese are pushing so hard to get number one, and by that they are taking out systematically people who actually look down upon them or literally downtrod them. That for the Chinese, this is a way to pay back the century of humiliation. And if the Chinese are going to pair this with the Russians, giving them security, initially energy, and then fundamentally, in my opinion, it's going to be food, because, well, there's a factor for Abdel-Mahrmud. Russia has a potential for agribusiness. It's completely normal. It's going to go hand to hand. But on top of it, if you're using the Russians as a fucking battery ram to the Western world, that's perfection, because Russia goes out from its own decade of humiliation and is paying from guys who are getting out of a century of humiliation. So once again, the hate for a perceived humiliation from both sides, for a perceived aggressiveness, for a perceived lack of respect, is pushing two powers that, unfortunately, they are complementary right now. Russia was a lot more complementary with Europe, given its population spacing and ratio. But now it makes completely sense for the Russians to turn Asia and start developing the large hole they have between the Urals towards the Chinese. And I'd be the first to say, yeah, fuck it. Let's do it. Let's agree to the fact that Europe lost to Russia, we lost to the Russians, and now we're going to have to pay the piper for it. And it shouldn't even fucking bother anyone that it's happening like that. We should agree that, unfortunately, we fucked up as Europeans by not heeding the calls from the Russian side of saying, listen guys, we can find whatever situation, just don't start bullying us when it comes to our own resources, our own near abroad. The same way we're not touching you for a while now on various subjects. One of them is the derussification of the Baltic states. The other is, of course, the advance of NATO. Although the Russians have been nagging them, they didn't stop anything bar, as I said, Ukraine. Ukraine was a bridge too far, let's say it like that. And it is completely normal once you start analyzing it, why the Russians would say, fuck off with Ukraine or Belarus. If you are not stupid and pretend that this is about security because of past aggression, it is exactly like you start putting fucking CIWS turrets all over your motherfucking garden and saying to your fucking neighbor, oh, don't worry, it's not for you. I do not think that the neighbor is going to think that you're putting those fucking huge machine gun turrets and it's not for him. Especially if they're all turned into his direction. So once you start analyzing it properly and you're understanding this, you understand that for a while now, whatever Europeans and the Westerners were pretending about, freedom, globalism, was just, once again, a method to get what they wanted and disqualify dissent. This is what's happening, for instance, the way they are disqualifying Hungary and Slovakia. Although the power in both countries has huge issues, their main vision is that both countries are getting squeezed by the supranational level, which is the EU in this case. They are getting squeezed based on values they do not share. If these guys do not like faggots, what the fuck am I to do? It's their country. Now the issue is that, oh, it's not because of that, it's because there is manipulation, corruption, stuff like that. For fuck's sake, the Moldovan government waited the last day of the elections to literally blow up two parties. Pro-Russian, anti-Russian, doesn't fucking matter. Not only they blow out those two parties, but they forced another smaller party to give up their fucking list and say live a day before the fucking vote, oh, you should vote for Maya Sandu, not for us. We're gonna reunite with Transnistria, and Moldova is gonna reunite with Romania, but vote for Sandu right now. Can you imagine the nuttery that this is? It is not, you go to the first round and then the second round I said, okay, we would like you to report the vote. No, it's literally straight to the point. Vote for her, not for us. You have a ponification of the quote-unquote democratic process. In this case, it's just an elective process because you can have elections and not have a democracy. Trust me, it can happen. It's a rubber stamping, but still, in this case, this is where we're going. Your election is literally vote for me or vote for the Russians. This lack of nuance is just an open door for whoever Sandu is with to rape the fucking country. This is something that Orban and Fico are not waiting to get in their country, which is still going to happen because unfortunately the super state will crash them. So once you start thinking to this and once you start analyzing it, you understand that both these movements, Slovakia and Hungary, they are not inherently pro or against Russia. What they are, they're looking at the squeezing coming from above, but on top of it, this squeezing for them and for a lot of people is tantamount to all the issues that people are having. lack of births, a general stagnation on the economy, graying of the population. Basically, these guys are seeing Europe getting shot to shit by its leadership, which is embarked into a kind of completely crazy ideological battle with literal windmills. And now those windmills are becoming bear mills. Now we need to spend money to fight Russia that will never fight. This money that we're spending, that is public money, if it goes to Ukraine, who the fuck cares? Like, let them kill themselves. But all this money for investment for defense makes no sense because, first of all, it's not enough. Second of all, it's limited into few big players and the others get shit. And on top of it, the price hike that everybody's getting with this business is nuts. For instance, the Slovaks are not going for Leopards because they're absolutely unpayable. They're going for something that is not even a fucking light tank. But what are the other possibilities? Go like the Germans or the Italians that spent almost 40 million euros for one piece of shit tank that will still gonna get raided by FPVs made by Xiu Shaolin FPV company. And I'm going to repeat it. The biggest issue that we're having right now in Europe, and that is directly imputable to the lack of vision that happened between 2011 and 2015. Unfortunately, the biggest issue was that the vision that we lacked back then was that we thought that by delivering the Arab world and part of Africa and having its whole revolutions, that would go good. The mental illness that was prevailing back then didn't understood that unlocking some of these people was letting their frustration run amok. And once you start with the frustration, you also unlock greed. And greed is not a good power to actually propel your revolution, or whatever you fucking want to call it. We saw that with Syria. We saw that with Libya. We saw that with Egypt, with Tunisia. We saw that with everyone who had some kind of shiver. Nothing went well. Egypt had this Muslim Brotherhood bullshittery, and then they swapped to Sisi. Egypt's still in shit. Economically, they're going nowhere. They're having a fuck ton of people still breeding like rabbits. I'm sorry to say it like that. I'm very sorry, but to point out how mad the whole attempt to turn these people around was, because once again, the Europeans pressed forward with an idea that was nuts, and the people who followed them initially, they just saw a gap. For them, it wasn't to fucking vote for gay, queer, and whatever. The whole point for them is to fucking put Sharia and have their own vision of a political system. And once again, who am I to decide that those guys should not have Sharia in their country? I'm not judging them as bad or good. I'm just saying that the moment you unlock that, but framing it as an Europidor and saying, oh, you know what, it's going to be fine, it's going to be democracy in fucking Algeria or fucking Tunisia or fucking Libya, then you end up with indeed a utter anarchy And then you start and you bankroll a civil war in Syria. You also bankroll it in Libya, but that's something else. So where are we going with this? Well, that failure of vision between 2011 and 2015, overseen by Muti, unfortunately by Angela Merkel, led to the infamous scheme with Erdogan, money against refugees, which still didn't stop Erdogan from sending Syrians, Afghans, Pakistanis Europe's way. I'm not going to complain. That allowed some profit still for Albanians, especially those who were dumping them from our coast to Italy or whatever. But this is not how you make money. This is not how you make an economy. That also reestablished a form of mafia that unfortunately went from bad to worse for us as well. So the issue with Europe right now is that the people who failed 10 years ago are gone, but are replaced by people who are absolutely far more unhinged. If you want to see a difference, just look at Merz. Merz was supposed to pull back Germany from the bootstraps. What Merz is doing right now is literally trying to deny that Germany actually is getting butt fucked by its attempt to sever itself from Russia. And instead of saying, oh, it's us who fucked up, saying we should never collaborate with Russia when it comes to energy. I'm like, what the fuck are you even saying? It is because of Russia that you stayed for so long powerhouse in Europe, because you had the motherfucking turnover of almost 35 billion euros with the Russians. Exports over there. And they had a surplus with Russia of almost 7 billion euros for a country that was literally a gas station for them. So once you start analyzing this, you ask yourself, what the fuck are we doing as Europeans? You understand that there is none of that. We are in a world where the leadership of the European Union is not considering that it might have been wrong. And this is why you see the escalation with the frozen Russian assets. Now, how does this impact Ukraine? I told you guys, this impacts Ukraine because you have already a delusional fucking cocaine addict in charge in Ukraine. Then you have all these copium sniffing, mentally ill people that are supposed to be this crème de la crème of the European Union, for whom the whole situation is that we cannot lose to Russia because they have the economy the size of Spain. We're going to beat them. And I'm like, you don't get it. It's not because Russia has the economy the size of Spain. It's because Russia is fighting a country who lost over 25% of the population within the first year of war. They fled, and now it's dealing with that economy that has shrunk and that you are trying to prop up, but it doesn't work. I'm going to repeat, it has nothing to do with what Europe has as GDP. It has to do with what Europe can do to help out Ukraine. And so far, as I said, not only it's not enough, but it's also counterproductive, because the insistence, for instance, on Ukraine mobilizing younger kids, the insistence that Ukraine should somehow agree to the form of warfare that actually can equip them with, doesn't change the fact that once they go to the ground, they just cannot employ that type of warfare. We saw that in 2023 when literally there was a joke with the Germans, oh, you saw minefield, just go around it. Nuts! This is the people who are supposed to help Ukraine. And this is why also they started panicking when Trump said like, oh, this is Europe's thing, Europe's going to do it. They're like, oh, wait, we cannot do it without you guys. This is the reality. The reality is that Europe is going the way of Argentina, systemically, not in 2 years, 3 years. It's taking its time, but it's going there. And that's their go out with a bang. This war, for a lot of politicians especially, is how they go out with a bang. And it's extremely, I'm going to tell you guys, it's extremely problematic for me. Because once these guys get the fuck out, what's going to remain to Europe is, first of all, we're not going to be able to mend anything with the Russians. Because, as I said, the European leadership let Chihuahuas talk for them. The Landsbergis, the Marine, the Kalas. You put the worst people, if you want to have a discussion with the Russians, in charge. Secondly, if the biggest European industrial player is getting raped right now, what do you think is going to happen in 2-3 years? We're going to be back to what we said, that you are just spending money on white elephants. Because unless there is a real war with Russia or with whatever that would require Europeans to have to fire 200,000 rounds a month, for which I'm not even sure there are enough guns actually in active stock for the European force that might be deployed. We are getting to the point where, as I said, it's the blind leading the deaf. And then both discover that they're blind and deaf. And it's too late. Because they are drowning in quicksand or they are falling to a well. And this is the beauty of this. There is so much ado into stopping the Russians from winning that they have lost the perspective of what that is doing to Ukrainians, which are their proxies. A lot of people can say they don't care about Ukrainians. They do care about Ukrainians. They would like the Ukrainians to keep dying as long as possible. But what's going on right now and the lack of everything, they are facing a huge problem in terms of both spending for the Ukrainian cause, but also a precaution plan. If things happen the worst way possible for Ukraine, which is within 2026, they are in such a bad position that they need a break, so they will go themselves to the table of negotiations. They will accept some concessions, not every one of them. They're not going to allow the 4 oblasts. It will be taken from them, but they would try and stall the war in order to have a breather, in order to re-prepare. And of course, as I said, that alone is going to be a cause for a restart of the belligerency from both sides, but especially the Russians in this case. Now, as I said, once you have all this lined up and you hear the statements about things that are going bad into Russia, that Putin should be aware that he should know where the nearby bunker is, plus a boatload more, you start understanding that Ukraine doesn't see how they're going to win by intervention. So, in order to force this intervention, they need to prove the world that they are right there, that are going to push the Russians to a certain point, but they need that extra oomph. Be that, as I said, via quasi-strategic weapons, or simply by committing yet another folly in whatever direction, and this time forcing Europeans in a way or another to just come in. And on that aspect, for instance, Bryansk looks pretty solid, going hand to hand with a false flag. You attack Bryansk, it gets a bit out of hand, and suddenly you have a massive attack on Poland in order for some fucking reason to stop Poland from doing nothing when it comes to the Bryansk invasion. I'm not saying it's going to happen like this, I'm just saying, like, just throwing an idea out there. And then Poland, yappy, we're going to go to another fucking war with the Russians because they bombed our shit. And voila, you have a regional war that finally helps the Ukrainians start breathing and maybe gaining some ground. Issue with that, once it starts, is that you do not know how it's going to end up. And of course, it still doesn't stop the Ukrainians from getting butt-fucked if the Russians decide to do so. As I said, it's only 14 crossings as of now. 13 because there is one that is not really practicable. So, at the end of the day, this whole situation is showing that Ukrainians understand that their main goal right now is not to win the way it's being sold, but to get that involvement that would help them at least force the Russians to actually sit to the table and get a better deal when it comes to Ukraine, which I'm going to tell you guys I do not believe. I think that Ukrainians have gone so far in some areas that for the Russian leadership it's extremely complicated to let it go. And this is why the whole process going south of Donetsk towards Zapo and Dnipropetrovsk is working so well, because they know that there is the game over of this war. Game over. Why? As I told you, because it would have add such a big layer in terms of buffer zone that at once it would cut off the Ukrainians from using some shitty things. It would force them to start pulling out the Rubakas a bit further. So the attack that happened to that train going to Zapo with fuel will not happen in long term. They would have to find out a different loophole, different way of doing things. Most importantly, if the Russians start pressuring there, suddenly it's not you have the initiative also for that. Now you need to force the Russians to stop from going southward towards the north, because the more north you go, as I said, the wall goes up. And unfortunately, once the wall goes up, as I said, you will have to deal first with that salient and then trying to push down to Zapo in order to cut the Crimean land bridge. And that's it. In this case, once you start analyzing it like this, it's very simple. Ukrainians right now are losing 4 different spots. Most important, it's true, is Kupiansk. Not because of whatever strategic location, but because Kupiansk was such a fucking big deal for the Ukrainians in 2022. And losing in 2025, after a grueling beatdown they got from the Russians for over 2.5 years, then it's finito. It's literally like, it's over. Mentally, the Ukrainians are not going to recover from this. Not because like it's such a huge no, but they will not be able to hide it behind PR. It's true that Ugledar, they passed it through, nobody talked about, but we did. Avdiivka was the same, but Avdiivka, we know that there was some huge teamwork criminal party, because, they didn't evacuate Avdiivka, at least not alive. And this is the only thing that is interesting when it comes to the pro-Russians, is how many bodies is this going to cost to Ukraine. It's not tanks, it's not planes, it's not oil, it's not electricity. They need to lose bodies. Right now, the Ukrainians are in dire need of not losing people. And as I told you, you kill more than 40,000 Ukrainians per year. There is a complete breakdown in control and command unless they start grabbing kids from the streets, women, and they already have allowed that, plus 60 guys. Then they have to rotate them extremely rapidly, which means any guy who gets wounded, he's going to be treated instead of, 2 weeks. If it's possible, it's going to be 3 days. And all the bullshit that Ukrainians love spreading about the Russians, it's going to hit them 10 times heavier because, as I said, they're a smaller unit, they're a smaller army, and they have a huge problem when it comes to actually losing the general capability of the unit. Available forces for the Ukrainians need to be at least at 60% for a unit to operate. Fortunately for them, Russians can be up to 35% of the unit and they still try to operate with variable results, of course, but there is this difference there, and I cannot explain it to myself. Like some of the units that were supposedly completely mauled by the Ukrainians still push them out of Kursk. Like how can you explain to me that a unit at 30%, like the fucking 155th, just kicked a fully manned unit as a 225 out of Kursk? I want you to explain to me. It's the same thing as now the Russians pushing out of their cauldrons in Dobropila, they're trying to push to Rozhanya. Like, what the fuck is that? Who believes that, actually? And once again, I get to exactly what I want to tell you guys. There is a huge problem in analysis when it's on the open. It completely ignores things, how they work. And that's the new make-believe, as I said in GC. That's the same as the old make-believe, but this time it's a different president. And they, I think, really believe that they're gonna sway him to give them those weapons that Biden didn't give them. The problem when it comes to this whole situation is not that as much that Biden didn't give them for he was pro-Russian or whatever. He didn't give them because he didn't trust them to do what they told him to do with them. It was the same deal with Atakamsa. They said that they were going to use them for certain purposes, and it's true that initially it started with the helicopter strike. Of course, the counter was already dead, so it didn't really matter. But then they started doing shit on the border. And that was a huge problem for the Americans because they weren't aware how it was going to go. The Russian answer to that shit was what we learned, that they started putting micro explosives in planes and threat and all that stuff. And apparently Biden then called the Russians saying, okay, guys, you're going to stop this bullshit because it's getting dangerous. And the Russians looked at, what do you think is going to happen when you send them ATACMS? And at that point, apparently, stuff relented and suddenly ATACMS started to be more scarce. But in any case, it doesn't actually matter. This means just to show you that even Americans do not trust at least Biden back then, because now I don't even know what I can believe about Trump. But Biden, at some point, understood he couldn't trust the Ukrainians because, yes, that's how they are. They lie. And those lies have had extreme repercussions in the war, because they have presented the situation in such a way that they would get what they wanted, be that ammunition, support, whatever, and then they end up with 6,000 square kilometers less, despite having more of everything. Remember that allegedly Avdiivka fell because Trump forced via Speaker Johnson the halt of the aid. Then equipment ammunition returned in 2024. It went even worse, and then they started this bullshit operation in Kursk. So once again, the biggest problem that Ukrainians have is themselves. And we are seeing it in the way they are now lying, in the way they are now making up shit that doesn't exist, and the way they are denying reality. Sirsky said, oh, you know, Russians are not serious about Dnipropetrovsk. It's pure demonstrative. Bitch, they started from 2 square kilometers that are roughly at 100 right now. And they're not stopping because, as I said, there's a whole fucking operative wall that's going east to west. And they don't even need to touch Dnipropetrovsk Oblast until they want it. And this is the only thing I'm going to repeat, that Ukraine doesn't want to see this war, is Russia having the choice of its aggression and having the choice of its initiative. So the Russians now are attacking 7, 8 different positions, advancing, yet for some fucking great reason, they're losing, and they're losing ground. I'm like, I don't want to fucking go and show them deep state once more, because it makes no sense at this point. They're in their own reality, and that's what matters, actually. And this is the biggest problem between Russia and Ukraine, is that Ukraine has no problem making that reality out of stuff that says the contrary and abiding by it. Literally saying that, yeah, you know what, we're winning. Oh, we just got 6,000 guys in a body bag, but those are Russians most probably. But we're winning. What did you say? We lost 10,000 square kilometers? Still winning. Because our spirit is unbroken, you know? It's not about territory. It's not about people. It's our spirit. And like, this bullshit needs to stop, but nobody wants it to stop. Nobody's gonna tell the Ukrainians, guys, I mean, like, it's fine with all your bullshit, but you're losing big, and I'm not saying you should stop the war. I don't care. Just need to think about your next move. Nobody's doing that, at least they're not doing it publicly. Publicly, they're supporting them and giving them whatever accolade they want. Maybe behind closed doors, it's true. We've heard that multiple times, that Americans especially are getting exhausted by Zelensky's absolute lack of understanding of the shit he's into. And there is this logic that someone's going to bail him out at some point. It's literally gambler's addiction. And once again, a gambler that has no accountability, he's going to fucking ruin everything. And this is what's happening right now. So, yeah. As I said, small recap. Ukrainians are lying. Their operations are not that well planned or executed. And this is why they're stalling now for over a month in an area that they were supposed to get back in 5 days. This stalling actually is lighting up the plan that was my idea that the Russians had, which meant that they would do this screen and then force Ukrainians to defend way deeper, while the Russians were taking over more and more ground within Pokrovsk, Mirnograd, but also around it. That would also allow the Russians to develop a second seam, as I called it. The second seam is panning out, them going from Poltavka to Rusinyar and taking a hook towards Sofivka, first to scare the Ukrainians for coming and defending them, and then most probably they're going to start pushing to Dushkovka, because they're like 9 kilometers from Raiski right now. So generally speaking, that operational plan is apparently bearing fruit, according to Ukrainian cries. And then this is in my opinion, a proof of concept on what actually I've been doing for the last 6 months, actually since Kursk went to shit for Ukraine. The Russians have been trying these moves, and this is why Dobropila Bridge existed, is that they completely understand what they have in front of them. It doesn't mean that they can execute 100% properly and everything, because still the Ukrainians have the capability to harm them, repel them, stall them, and defeat them at piecemeal actions, of course. But generally speaking, they know how to deal with Ukrainians, even if it's gonna take time. The moment that the Ukrainians are going to lose a position, I'm not speaking in the future, I'm speaking generally, they lose it for good. So far, they've returned very little positions, mostly in Sumy, some in the Dobropila push, and for the rest, crickets. Even Toretsk that we're supposed to, we still have people inside, is gone. And that's the beauty of this. Both sides know where this is going, and both sides pretend shit that has no idea. And then you cannot both be winning. And that's true. One has to lose in this game. But nobody's going to point out who's winning, who's losing, despite the fact we're seeing it. And this goes to what I said. This is the responsibility of the Westerners that have never kept Ukraine accountable on anything. From covert ops going to shit to huge failures, Operation Spiderweb just before the putative negotiations. That was a stroke of genius from Zelensky. Can you imagine that? You just throw out the whole fucking discussion. And what happens is that then the Russians come at you and lay it out on you. And you get all mad and you start this whole fucking campaign against the Russian oil. Which also backfires because, it's true you're going to start causing shortages within Russia. But at the same time, what the Russians started to do now, which is a systematic targeting of your own fuel reserves plus other stuff, suddenly it's not going to happen right away. It's going to take time, probably at least a full month. But then you're going to start discussing with yourself, did I really need to do that? And that's the problem. Zelensky is not going to do this either. Because who's going to tell you that you made a mistake? Nobody. And the people who dare tell him that he's making a mistake within his circle or within Ukraine, they end up just ostracized. And this is the beauty of this. Zelensky right now, he's an autocrat. And there is no going out of this. The only way for this thing to at least be without Zelensky is to just take him out. But I really think the Russians understand that Zelensky is such a burden for Ukraine itself, and he's so completely overwhelmed by this war as a leader, that he's the best bet for the Russians right now. So, guys, that was it. I will add something on Monday if the operational planning goes the way I'm seeing it going on Seversk. We're gonna laugh. If everything goes fine, we're gonna have a huge laugh in Seversk, and especially in Kupiansk. Thank you very much, guys. Have a nice day. Or, rather, have a nice evening. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone is going to join us or has already joined. We are finally doing a big recap space. As usual, I did the last 2 years, so roughly in October 2023, remember that there was the big space about Avdiivka. And last year, September, October, we laid out the foundation of the current, let's say, shit show when it comes to the situation, both in Donbass, but also in the adjacent fronts. This space is going to be first and foremost a complement of the thread that I put out a couple of hours ago. I have to, first of all, ask you for, I need to present an apology because at the end, quote unquote, humiliating a kid is still beneath me. I should have never said what I said. Clement is really horripilating. I mean, everyone from the self-made analyst when it comes to the pro-Ukrainian side is absolutely horripilating, and honestly is one of the reasons why I really hope that we will have uh, a different way of dealing with access to both information and um, its quote unquote analysis. I'm not saying I shouldn't do it, quite the contrary. Otherwise, why should I do it? But it's the overall lack of self honesty. There is no ethics in what is being pointed out in most of these analysis. And of course, the biggest ignorance of all is the fact that despite attempting to be quote unquote neutral or factual, most of the time you can really feel that it's going away and trying to show you that, oh no, Russians are losing. And this overall paradigm that I have, to me, is absolutely damning, because I don't really understand why they need to do it. I mean, the sooner you call a spade, the better it's going to be for everyone, especially for Ukrainians. That's why I keep saying to everyone that the problem that you're going to have on long term, especially if you start pretending that things are good for Ukraine. Well, obviously, after the threat analysis, I hope you got more or less the deal that the, the things are not good. It doesn't matter what you think Ukraine is doing or whatever. Things are bad. They are bad because on a on-depth analysis, a strategic one, Ukraine is losing a lot of space to maneuver around the current areas of combat, not only around the line of contact, but also the rear areas. We know now, and you know as well, that for about 20, 25, 30 kilometers linear from the line of contact, everything that's logistical is going to fucking start dying. And this is for both sides, by the way. I'm not trying to make it like Ukraine alone is suffering. The issue is that the replacement rate on the Ukrainian side, given how the Russians have been able to maintain the level of advance through May 2025 to up to now, October 2025, is impressive, because even absolute coppers like Oryx and the like are recognizing that the Russians are doing this without heavy equipment like back in the day. So the ramming strategy that the Russians had in 2022, 2023, and then gradually pulled it back in 2024, has been replaced by a smarter, more cynical, and in my opinion, a lot more logical for the kind of war the Russians are actually committing to the Ukrainian side. The other big issue, I explained this multiple times, there is a huge problem with the Ukrainian culture, especially the strategic culture and the higher up echelon culture. I do not understand how people can still look Sirski in the eye when this guy is lying. I mean, we've seen Russian generals bullshit because they have to say something, like when Konashenko says, like, we destroyed this and that. Of course, we know that is bullshit. But Ukraine is supposed to be the complete contrary of this. So they're supposed to tell the truth, and they're supposed to actually have an impetus to do that. Even if it's half truths, you know. But you cannot go out and say we liberated and cleared over 360 square kilometers when the breach on itself is 230. And on that aspect, you have this problem. That's why I'm calling the space today, Cope State is only a syndrome. A symptom, sorry. The issue with Ukraine right now is that they started this war with this double strategy I told you, which is facts on the ground and then doubling up with the PR going for it. So that played perfectly with the carelessness and the lack of understanding from the Russian side on how the war was going and how the war was being prepared on the Ukrainian side. For the Russians, it was we going full on, we seize the lines, we starve the pockets we have, we clean them up, and then we move up, which was a very, very bland and very basic kind of deep space 2022 source. Deep space battle wasn't exactly that, but there were things there. And you can see, because if you go to deep state, you're going to see pushes, especially along the Bug, the southern Bug. The Russians really went amok. If you see, early on, they achieved the passage to Voznесensky along the Bug. Had they taken, for instance, Nova Odessa and Olshansky, instead of going for Voznесensky to cut the passage through Arbuzinka, Pervoymaysk, and so potentially trying to reach Yuzhno-Ukrainsk, which has, you guessed it, the second largest NPP within Ukraine. They weren't far, honestly. Had they bypassed Voznесensky, moved on Yuzhno-Ukrainsk, they were exactly 30 kilometers from there. You take that place, you bring people through, and it's done. The issue, though, is that they went there with a half-assed combat group, the lean and bullshit BTG system, which, as I explained very early on, was great when the opponent would fight you on that level. What the Ukrainians went straight ahead. They understood that the BTG was too light on infantry anyway, so they would hit you to the logistical side, force your guys on the foot, separate your firepower from the cover that they had. On top of it, you can see, like, Voznесensky from the departure line in Armyansk is, I think, something like 200 kilometers. And these motherfuckers did that in 240 kilometers. So they did that in 2 days. Russians rushed in 2 days, 240 kilometers. Okay, they blew back, they failed in a horrible way. But they did that, 2 days, 240. So when people come at me and say this is that, you have to understand what's going on. You try something, it fails, then you can also not defend it, because the other side is going to peer the shit out of you. And Ukrainians understood that perfectly. That was the double whammy that they had. They would beat you on the ground for various reasons, mostly Russian fault and misunderstanding, underestimating the help that Ukrainians would receive from alleged non-co-belligerent powers, which it's a whole other rotten can of worms. But yeah, they handed the Ukrainians a very neat and proper PR victory that made everything worse. The stigma and the issues of 2022 have made a lot of people just flip around. A lot of people that were die-hard Russian nationalists now are literally trash-talking the Russian army for things that they themselves don't understand, because this is something that, in my opinion, is going to hit the Americans at their next escapade somewhere in the world, which is they are going to get pulled back, dragged out, and stopped by people that would be even less well equipped than what Ukraine has right now. Because we don't need to represent again. Ukraine has received, plus benefited, plus has cost a group of nations that is supporting it. Europeans were going towards the 4 trillion euros, of which about 2 trillion something is just the replacement of the quote-unquote Russian energy, the infrastructure to replace it, the new contracts, the expenditure, for instance, for new LNG tankers, all that shit. Plus the net losses due to that replacement, especially the Germans, are shitting bricks right now. On top of it, you have other losses within part of its GDP within Europe, but also the pure aid towards Ukraine, part of which, again, is also very little part, is also made out of Russian proceeds from the now frozen Russian assets, both privately held and also CBR, so Central Bank of Russia assets in Europe, but also elsewhere for the G7. So once you see this situation and you are in this mix where Ukraine for the whole 2022 is literally dancing on the head of the Russians when it comes to PR, it didn't matter that the main core of the task that the Russian army received, which was to blockade and take over the now infamous Crimean land connection, so the Crimean land bridge, which is basically the Kherson bank on the east, so southeast Ukraine mostly, and then you got Zaporizhia, and then you have southern Donetsk, and well, of course, the direct connection through Lugansk. Lugansk per se is a very specific case. I'm gonna actually say why Lugansk in absolute terms. If things go south for Ukraine, the way I see it, are going to be where Ukrainians are going to try to do something. Because unfortunately, let's say as it is, Lugansk has no purpose now, except being more aggressive to Ukraine. Lugansk is part of the Donbass. It was one of the most pro-Russian areas. But when you analyze it properly, Lugansk is literally a part of Ukraine whose only point is to connect the corridor Donetsk-Belgorod. There's nothing else that is really worth there. However, Lugansk presents a wonderful defensive position and needs to be said. So, in a certain term, it offers a wonderful buffer of roughly 120 kilometers, depending on where you put the defensive line. So, if you go from the current Svatove defensive line to the border, you gotta have, in average, 120 kilometers of depth. And that's perfect because it allows a whole bunch of transfer of equipment, the thing we spoke yesterday. So that's a perfect buffer. But beyond that, there is nothing when it comes to Lugansk. Okay, it's reductive what I'm saying, but if you go down to the point, that's it. There is nothing more. Donetsk is something else because Donetsk is the cornerstone of the whole military system within Ukraine from the Russian side. It has the better reticulation when it comes to both railway and highways or normal ground logistical routes. And also, as you know, Donetsk for a small part, I mean big enough, but for a small part goes towards the Azov Sea, and it makes things a lot easier from Taganrog towards Mariupol, Berdyansk, and then the line Melitopol, Henichevsk on Crimea. Although Henichevsk normally is still Zapo, but you know what I mean. So why exactly I'm saying that, to me, for the Ukrainians, the only chance to keep going with this strategy, military and PR, it would be Lugansk. Once again, this is going to be for another space. But in this case, the only way for the Ukrainians to actually sow panic on the Russian side and force them to reroute troops, unlike Kursk, is Lugansk, because it presents a very small danger for the Ukrainian side when it comes to logistics.
towards Lugansk, the Ukrainians have still, we don't know for how long, but they still have those coal line, and they have the Stary Saltov line for attacks that are going to come if, like, the Russians still insist on Volchansk, for instance, or if they insist from the new direction in Odradne and Ambadne. By the way, Cope State still has Odradne pretty green, although we have geolocations of Russians there, but this is, again, what I'm saying. That's the fucking problem. If you let the Ukrainians do what they're doing right now, which is having no contest whatsoever, although some of the people are going back and hitting at the newest Blackbird group, discontent with Cope State is part of this logic where at some point you need to, tell the truth simply because then you don't mean anything. You're going to start losing, having any relevance. And before that, remember, we had multiple voenkors on the Ukrainian side who mocked Deep State already for the issue in Sumy, and we had also other problems in 2024, notably with Kursk, when Cope State was still insisting that Kursk operation was ongoing offensively, while the Ukrainians had already lost the initiative already by end of August, to be honest. Although, as I said, mid-August, the Ukrainians had to review completely the way they were attacking and then started to pull the punches and try to hold on the ground, especially after Zelensky said, we're going to keep Kursk as a bargain chip. We don't need the land, but we're going to hold it so they can give us our land back. Once more, one of those funny things that happened with our friend Cocaine Zelensky. But anyway, that's my opinion. What's getting at me right now is that this guy has no more meaning. A bit that Cope State like now, and I think they go very well together right now. You have something that should completely empty it of any kind of significance in this case, and it's just the same for the presidency of the Ukrainian state. There is no Ukrainian president, and on that sense, I really found Orban pretty much on point. There is not much that I share with Victor, not because I hate or I like or whatever. It's simply I don't do politics when it comes to that. But Orban said it square and fair, and I like that one was on the point. Ukraine is not a sovereign state. It survives thanks to handouts, thanks to defensive supplies coming from other people. Its territory is not safe or entire, and the Russians are still advancing. So you are losing the trifecta of sovereignty, which is you don't have the money to run your country, you cannot defend it properly, and, well, part of your territory is legally for the occupying power, their territory. In that case, Orban legitimately is completely on point. And this is something that I'm insisting. The problem that the Russians are going to have going to the future is that the guys they're going to have in front of them are going to be meaningless. What do I mean by this? Is that right now we already know that the Ukrainians, if whatever aid stops, they die. Within 3 months, major shortages, especially when it comes to artillery rounds, small caliber rounds and stuff like that, they're gone. We're not going to speak about fuel, whatever, because, they could go in full self-destructive mode and stop paying salaries, stop paying pensions, and just go everything for the war and get to that mobilization that for so long Zelensky has stopped doing. The issue is that Zelensky knows already that if they go full mobilization, if they go literally Stalosturm, it's over. Because then you're going to go like France in 1870 with the Germans, when you're going to try and mobilize, but it's going to be chaotic, it's going to be too late, and you're going to lose your whole war because of that. And that chaos is going to kick you out. On that sense, we need to admit, I mean, I need to admit, I wasn't expecting Zelensky to be this guy. I really hope that at some point he would go back to some kind of national unity and maybe not step down, but at least start to relinquish power. But then that Snake was right. Zelensky initially, it's true, was a figurehead, but now the more the cancer has gone through with Ukraine, the cancer being the war and the war administration, the more Zelensky has taken completely off. And this is why, in my opinion, the high command of the Ukrainian military forces is just useless. Because they are not considering the actual war on the ground the way I actually developed yesterday, which is, in order to have your war, you don't need to think about how many Russian tanks you're going to have to destroy. Initially, you need to think the way the war was being played out in 2022, see where are the strengths of your foe and where are its weaknesses, and try to deny the strength and attack the weaknesses. Sometimes, not always, but it goes hand by hand. For instance, you're going to disguise your guys in civilians, and when the Russians have passed it and think that there is no much problem, 2-3 weeks after, your guys that are in the woods for I don't know how much, through many of perfidy, going to approach Russian positions or Russian block posts or Russian whatever, they're just going to fucking kill people there, and then they're going to take over, and you have a whole echelon way that's not protected, and it's gone. This is what exactly Ukrainians did in 2022. This was not pointed out because it was early on and nobody would care. Although I personally pointed out that Ukrainians were going to perfidy mode right away, and they had the most incentives because they spoke the language. They looked the same. And that gave them this advantage. Like, you got some dude who's coming from Yakutia, has been ordered to move on, and he doesn't know who or what. So the feeling of safety that he's going to feel a couple of days initially, because the rest of the group has passed forward, they are already in Chuguiv and they are trying to attack Kharkov. Well, you're going to have it because you're like, okay, I'm more or less safe here. And suddenly you see a couple of guys, 10, 15, 20, with yellow armbands out of nowhere, and they're on you, and you're gone. And how do you think that guy is going to react? We had these cases in Kiev. In Kiev, Bucha, for instance, literally guys committing perfidy, trying to disguise them as civilians, getting caught, executed, and leading to a spread of vendetta for people who hid them, who also were doing everything to facilitate this kind of actions. I'm not going to defend Bucha on its retaliation part, because in a certain sense, I'm really sorry, if we need to be ethical and look to ourselves, if you get invaded, you're probably going to try everything, because all is fair in love and war. However, you also need to take and assume accountability for what you're doing. So your asshole Ukrainian who disguised himself as a civilian and got outside as a partisan, well, then you're going to the basics of the customary laws of warfare, and it is you are acting in a way which is not permitted, so you can be processed on the field. And that's why I'm saying the guys who got ventilated in Bucha, who got captured, on which the New York Times did this article initially, those deserve to get ventilated point. Remember that the same thing happens to Germans who disguise themselves as Americans during both the failed Ardennes counteroffensive, but also that tried to do the same on the days posterior to this attack, and when the Germans were actually defending their lands. They also got caught, they also got executed. And it stayed perfectly legal. So The issue that we're having here is, once again, the Ukrainian side started to lose it after 2020, 2023. Especially, you remember, I mean, for people who know me since the start of the war and who have been following the spaces, the counter was so much anticipated by both sides. Ukrainians thought that they were going to do another Kharkov. Pro-Russians, we discussed this with the group, like, since they started failing the exploratory attack in March 2023 on the same position when they did it in June, so the core position in Zaporozhye, which was around Dobropila. We knew they were going to fail there. Not because, and that's what I said on the thread, not because the Ukrainians were stupid or whatever. No, they were lying. They were lying because they were surfing, they were riding this hype after what happened in both Kherson and Kharkov, which were completely avoidable if the Russians would have used the forces they used to go after Bahmut just to stabilize the situation between July, August, and September in Kharkov. Stabilizing the situation in Kharkov, although it would pull troops out of the Donetsk area, would have allowed them to still keep a loaded gun on Kharkov Oblast. What they did is they lost about 11,000 square kilometers at once, and this is giving, to this day, a huge buffer to Ukrainians. We speak about a 75-kilometer buffer in most of the places, but from Derhachi to basically Milove right now, you are over 110. So that loss, although, as I said, was accepted by the Russians in the sense that, okay, we can always go back to Kharkov, and that's what they did. I mean, they opened the Volchansk area as a pullover trap, and then now they're starting against around Milove. Every time it's going to be the same for the Russians. They can access Kharkov because it goes through Belgorod and it's going to go to Proletarske. They have the ways to do it. The issue, though, and that's something that we always said, is that going against Kharkov in the current area without having a junction down south, which would be then indeed the sister city Sloviansk going to Izum, is useless. Because Belgorod, despite the fact that it's still a rather large city, is very small compared to Kharkov, and it's very less deserved when it comes to transportation and logistical routes. If you want to start piling up guys in Kharkov, you have, well, two main highways, and there is no direct connection that would cut through Belgorod towards Novy Oskol. You will have to go to Stary Oskol anyway. So you do not have that play that I was speaking about that Ukrainians had down in Zaporozhye in 2022, 2023. Therefore, in a certain sense, what Ukrainians did in 2022 is that they allowed themselves to win over completely the battle for Kharkov. But the issue is that Kharkov, in any case, is going to be a dead end. It's a huge city, 1.5, 1.6 million inhabitants pre-war. Now they're going towards the 600,000. But the urban combat in Kharkov, unless there is something else that happens there, which means that people are going to go around by Dergachi or go south of it, so basically go back to Balakleya, close to Zmiv, and cut the south reinforcement, putting every single flow of forces going from west to east, and therefore being potentially blocked to Poltavka, Opishina, Kotelva from the west, where there are the crossings on those bodies of water. Kharkov is free as a fish. In a certain sense, for the Ukrainians, the strategy, in order for them not to lose the northern Ukraine, was to keep Kharkov, and it still is like that. And this is one thing that, in my opinion, as I said, if the Russians had not done what they did, that choosing Donetsk instead of choosing the Kharkov area, we would have more or less the same map we're seeing Donetsk today, but at least half of the ground that Ukrainians got back, for sure, would have still been Russians. If not, the same situation would be more or less today. And that would have allowed, as I said, instead of having this bullshit attack going from Konstantinovka to Sloviansk, we will have the Russians around Izium, and then the distance from where they are today to Izium would be roughly 70 kilometers, which is a very, very, very big gap, prima facie, but when you see the obstacles you need to pass through, especially with Izium, and the area around the Donetsk river, you understand that it's a lot more problematic than just, okay, we have these 70 kilometers, let's flow inside. And on that, I'm going to come back to why I'm developing this. The Ukrainians knew perfectly what they were doing. It was 50% of results on the ground, which were extremely beneficial to their warfare, and that allowed them to now start fixating the southern Ukrainian front. But the Russians at no point attempted to counter even the PR side of it. Russians started dooming right on the spot, and this was ongoing since you had lacks of result towards Kiev. But that's what it goes. Like, that's how it went. Fast forward, we come to the counter, and during the counter, we actually, the pro-Russian side, we were expecting the showdown, mostly because there was nothing there that would help the Ukrainians, be that on the topographical level. There wasn't the Dnieper behind the Russian contingent in Zaporozhye. The depth was sufficient. We made a simple calculus. If the Ukrainians were to attack and were to lose 100 guys per linear meter, they would lose about 8,000 just to create a breach from where they're going to start to the Azov Sea highway. And if you need to start opening it up, then you're going to put 20 other lines. That meant 160,000 guys that were going to die for those breaches. And of course, it was an exaggeration. That was not the point that they're going to really commit suicide by killing off a fourth of their army over there. But it was just to illustrate how much it was completely out of their potential, especially once we started knowing the quantity of aid that we're going to receive for this counteroffensive. On that, once again, the Thug Shaker files helped solidify what we were at Timor Criminal were expecting that they would get. And then, of course, in April 2023, the CIA came out and said, we're not expecting a great breakthrough, but we are hoping for them to go to Tokmak. Of course, that's what we were also seeing, like in 2 weeks, they had to be in Tokmak. If they're not in Tokmak in 2 weeks, then it's fucked. And I think there was the last smart decision that Ukrainians made in the ongoing operation. What does it mean? It means two things. Is that once they started this operation from day zero, the Ukrainians knew that it was fucked. In my opinion, a lot of people knew before they started, 1 or 2 weeks prior, not because they didn't have the troops or not because they didn't have any kind of bullshit like that, but simply because a lot of things that they had used to prepare against the Russians during the Kharkov op were not there. First of all, the Russians had dispersed. The PR that went after Russian artillery assets during 2023 was insane. Like, oh, they lost that many guns. We had this bullshit that the Russians were losing 20 guns a day. And on the other side, the Ukrainians were losing 0, and then suddenly it started showing off that actually it wasn't that lopsided, and the whole point wasn't even the artillery. The whole point was the Ukrainians were not prepared for the war that they had started to wage on the Russians, which was the drone warfare. We had Bobber, we had Sudoplatov. You remember the scenes. I'm not going to go over there. Once they knew that they hadn't been doing the preparation, also it became known that the Russians had been using UMPKs from March 2023. And we started seeing that Orikhiv was being hit. Lubomivka was being hit by these bombs. Everybody remembers Anna Maliar coming out and said, please do not say where the fuck you are because they're going to bomb you. Exactly, that was it. The moment the Ukrainians knew it was fucked, they still went after their plan, but they understood that the greatest advantage they would have by June, July, was that the Russians didn't seem well prepared. You remember what was going on in June? The first few days, it was an absolute shit show on the Ukrainian side. But at the same time, we were starting to lose focus on where they were going. And there is where the Ukrainian PR kicked in and made of a fiasco an absolute shit show through the very nice targeting of the OSINT, pro-Ukrainian OSINT teams, where they were showing magistral cope. 10 Ukrainian soldiers just died 20 kilometers from the front. This is great. This is perfect. They advanced there. And then suddenly, we were seeing the contrary happening, that these guys would go deep enough, Russians would wait them on their kill zones, kill them off, then advance, and you will have these small counters from the Russian side, which then would be shown by Ukrainians as failing. And see, they're countering from behind. That, once more, was how good the Ukrainian PR was, despite failing at battle. And the stress that gripped a lot of pro-Russians, despite us literally mocking the Ukrainian inefficiency, culminated with what I said, that there was the last Ukrainian capable choice, which was to erase completely the Velika Novosilka salient. That salient was about, just to be sure not to say it's not either. Yeah, about 12 to 15 kilometers deep, but it was a soft salient. It wasn't completely surrounded on the sides. And initially it went very bad. It went bad because Blagodatne was lost almost immediately due to a battery of Sta-S getting wiped out by HIMARS. And then there was no cover on the Russian right flank. The Ukrainians used their usual attacks back then. If you guys remember, very few heavy armor, a lot of IMVs and MRAPs. And this is also what caused the complete carnage initially. We all remember what the Alyosha tank crew did with his T-80 BV, smoking a good amount of piggers. But then, it was too much. So was the last moment when both PR and intelligence worked on the Ukrainian side, especially the high command of the group. Why? As I said, they pushed the Russians back about 12 to 15 kilometers, and they completely freed the axis Iskra-Vahatir towards Kurakovo, which meant that the Ukrainians could still supply the whole front through, as I showed to you guys, the 4 major highways. And that meant also that they didn't even need to bother where they were going to cross. They could cross to Zaporozhye and then try and attack the Russians around Orikhiv, or Orikov, whatever you want to call it. For the moment, as I said in my mentions, I would call it the Ukrainian name until it's freed, and then I'm going to switch on the Russian side. So they would go for attacking to Orikhiv, and then gonna start pushing them to Huliapole, and then they would use the two parallel highways, distributive highways or roads, whatever you want to call them, and use the Vilyansk-Pokrovsk-Kurakove bypass, which meant that they would cross to Zaporozhye, they would cross to Dnipro, and then in the worst case scenario towards Kharkov, they would cross to Kamyanske, or worse, to Kremenchuk. This meant that the Ukrainians, for their battle to Zaporozhye, should have won it. They had everything. They had the network to go and travel through. They had allegedly the manpower. And they also had HIMARS. They had more than enough artillery back then. You need to know that out of the 3 million artillery rounds that were delivered to Ukraine, more than half of it came after November 2022, which meant that it was stockpiled essentially for this counter. Now, as I said, the battlefield mathematics on the Ukrainian side was wrong. And this was caused especially because of the PR garbage they sold to everybody. And it's true that there were two versions of the request from Zalupichka. The first version was like, give us all you have and we'll finish the job. Problem, you are waging a quote-unquote Eastern style war, while the West would rather rely on air power, and nobody wanted to give the Ukrainians any kind of air power for a reason very simple. The Russian AD was still very strong, and is still strong enough for that thing. But most importantly is that once you're gonna tell them you're gonna give them planes, there was not enough time to train them for 2023. So what you're gonna be doing, then you're gonna have to give them pilots who are quote unquote not active flying personnel, with the risk of losing a couple of them, getting them captured on the Russian side, and then you have a strategic problem because you are co-belligerent. You're going to tell me, yeah, but they had killed volunteers by the dozens. Stuff like that. It's not the same. It's just not the same. Plus, capturing, let's say, even two freshly deactivated NATO pilots over 1 or 2 months, you go into that escalation when you need to have to explain that to other people. And politically, okay, the American side was like, whatever. But imagine you just nail, I don't know, 2, 3 Dutch pilots, a Danish guy, because those were the ones flying the F-16s. So what? What's going to happen then? Then the Dutch would have to admit that, oh, these are our nationals, we would like to have them back. Then you enter into a bargaining chip situation with the Russians, where you put yourself, under them, in a certain sense. Do not forget, we learned recently, as I said, that the Russians were having a funny time with DHL parcels. So much so that the Americans called them to stop the fucking mission. That, I think, was very, very bad move on part of Monkey. He should have gone with it. It's awful what I'm saying, but he should have gone with it. Simply because on the other side, the Americans never fucking cared. They were co-belligerents. They helped attack and sink the Moskva. There is nothing else to be said. There is a price they should be paying. Simply, the Russians just shouldered the cost and said, you know what? You want to play that game? We're going to play that game. So they took it out a bit at the Turks in 2020 that took it out on the Syrians because they couldn't really touch the Russians for the bombing in Beirut. The Russians are taking it out, have been taking it out on the Ukrainians with some other attempts abroad. And it's there when I'm once again saying that the PR on the Ukrainian side has been changing this war in such a way that we are currently having guys like Clement, but like a lot of other people, focusing on the price of gas oil or the price of fuel in Russia and completely putting blinders on what's going on in Ukraine. And I've already spoken about this. The problem when you start doing this shit, when you start to ignore it, is that you're going to get what the Russians got in 2022, which is you think everything is fine because you're into this full destruction cycle. And then suddenly you discover that, oh fuck, we got over 200,000 people that either are a wall or are full-blown deserters. Soon you discover that you have been losing like 49, 50,000 killed in 3.5 years, but you've been losing 3-4 times that, and that's why you have holes in your manpower. And I go back to the thread I made in January 2025. You don't have holes in your manpower, and you don't have people that do not want to get mobilized because it's just difficult. No, it is because given on your own calculation, if, as I said back then, the losses are mostly incurred by infantry and ground troops that are more or less on the line of contact, that means that if your infantry, I don't know, is 500,000, and 90 or 80% of the losses that you incur are wounded or killed, are on the ground forces, means that out of the 430,000, 20,000 that were killed or wounded, your ground forces are going to be overexposed, which means that your manpower shortage is explainable simply because you do not control the attrition of your main component in this war, which is your ground forces / infantry manpower. Now, when you start discovering the contrary, that it's not only 50,000 or 40-something thousand Ukrainians killed, but it's more like the 160 to 200,000, then you start saying, oh, even if I have 1-to-1 ratio for the wounded, which I said I do not believe for many reasons, but even if you're at 1-2, you're at 600,000. 600,000. If again, as I said, those are 80% of your infantry, you're going to be at 480,000 killed or wounded. That's going to be your infantry. So the whole fucking 500,000. In short, the losses that you're going to incur on your main hammer when it comes to war are gone. Like, you do not have the infantry anymore. What you grab from the street, you put on the fucking meat machine, you burn it by the end of the week. The flux makes it impossible for you, despite the PR, despite the bullshit, it makes it impossible for you to have your core task done. Your basics are not covered. In a certain sense, the GSU has become a Ponzi scheme when it comes to resources. The 30,000 guys that you are supposed to have per month in order to cover whatever, you do not put them to train as they should be trained to, restart the reserve, replenish losses, and so forth. What you are doing is that you are grabbing those 30,000, giving to guys who are supposed to go to assaults, like for instance Dobropila, but you're not refilling the units who are on the back holding lines elsewhere. We're not talking about the AWOL or deserters. We're not talking about the main people. We're not talking about people who just are not there, who are just the phantoms. We are just talking about the numbers we know for sure. So this is what I'm trying to communicate here. The problem that we're having with cope state is just a symptom the whole Ukrainian army, but also the whole Ukrainian political entity has gone AWOL on honesty and is lying to its people, and it's completely understandable. I'm going to repeat. The point is not to say they're doing good. I'm saying they cannot do anything else. They're not going to start giving it to the Russians, even if the Russians are literally raping their ace, the complete, like, in a kind of leopards ate my face synonymy. Zelensky is announcing, as I said, 360 or whatever. Last time that it was really ridiculous is when he said, oh, our actions in Kursk slowed down the advances in Donetsk. You look at the fucking numbers, the moment he says that, and you're like, bro, they just fucking broke a record, 800 square kilometers, and you're saying that they're going slow. What the fuck? No, I know what I'm saying. And the problem with this, as I said, is not only that it's going to backfire on you, it's going to backfire on those who are supposed to keep the line. So if you start seeing that 2022, 2023, the AWOL desertion rate was kind of okayish, not bad, not good, not terrible. In 2024 and 25, there was a completely different steep. They went at over 100 something. A Ukrainian deputy said 150,000, although there was only like 170,000. But in 2025, as you have noticed, they're speaking about over 200,000 cases. And it's true that a lot of people say, oh no, they are justifications, stuff like that. But actually, that's just not true. If these guys who are AWOL, they're all more or less trying to change units, they have to be holding out somewhere, because one unit says they do not have these people, and of course per se it's even worse because you're just cannibalizing one unit to the other, and what you're doing is that the unit who has a poor reputation or whose commander is jackass, they're still losing those troops. They don't have them. So what is happening that these units needs to be refilled? They get what? Green meat. And these guys, they do not benefit from a better quote-unquote unit command and control. They actually are thrown with the garbage remaining in whatever units they are, and they are useless. So with this whole system of choosing the unit I want to be, mostly based on PR again, once more, and we had that with Azov that had wonderful results in the Dobropila salient. It's trying to make us believe that the Russians for 45 days now are like sitting in 2 tree lines and being completely surrounded and sucking their dicks or whatever. I don't know. And this is the beauty of the Ukrainian PR plan. You don't even need to believe what I say. What you need to do is to just think that it might be possible. And at the same time, when you see the Russians like grabbing back Pankivka, for instance, you're like, oh, there is definitely an issue there. Kopsey just said Zoti was liberated. Then their own motherfucking troops show the Russians being bombed almost a kilometer beyond the deepest area of control the Russians ever had in their area. So either they lied, if it's an old footage, they lied back in the day, but this doesn't really work because, back in the day we didn't even knew that the Russians were there, and on a compilation of footage from, I think it was the third Azov, they pointed out all the areas they saw the Russians and where they had moved in more or less, so they had taken them out from there. None of those showed the Russians so far north. And this is what I said. Either it's rather recent, and then Cope State again lied, but Cope State lies. That's normal. They are piggers. Either we do not know what's going on, and this is what I said, this is the whole leopard eating your face situation. When you pretend something and suddenly footage proves you not only wrong, but proves that the situation is worse than what you've been selling for so long. And on this part, I need to tell you, because things are very specific here, we are having it non-stop for like 2-3 months, where a lot of people are lining up to, preach the gospel from the Ukrainian side. Remember the 3 cauldrons? They are not really cauldrons. Whatever, doesn't matter. We said it, it's sold. Now we have Cope State selling a shrinking of the Russian takeover area. We know that's bullshit because Cope State is lying even on gray areas now. And then we have, as I said, Blackbird coming there and said, you know what? No, it's not true. These guys are hiding about 150 square kilometers, which Blackbird themselves are not recognizing at 100 square kilometers that I can point out about. But once again, that's not the problem, because at the end of the day, these guys are never going to hand it to the Russians unless they have a fucking Russian flag up their ass. The problem is when this gets to what I was actually denouncing, rather, emphatically yesterday on the French kid, is that the moment you start lying, but you start to build up all those lies, and the moment you are not thinking this, not the way you think it. For instance, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Let's say that you think that your wife, your girl, whatever, is cheating on you, right? And you have this paranoia going through. You're gonna line up, you're gonna self-fulfill this idea, this tunnel vision that, okay, she's cheating, so you're gonna start linking up everything the way you want it to happen, not because you want her to cheat on you, but it's there, it's on you, you're jealous, you're possessive, whatever, doesn't matter. We have the same problem with all these pro-Ukrainians. There is a level of belief that now has gone beyond what can be proved or what cannot be proved. And this is perfectly where the Ukrainians felt at ease initially. Because the lack of information for both sides, they could feel it with whatever image they had. With Dobropila, we do not have that. We don't have it because, as I said, it's a far more different combat that you maybe had when Ukrainians were showing the Russians getting busted sometimes in Mariupol, sometimes in Kiev initially. And then what happened in Kharkov, and then what they were trying to show, for instance, in Kursk and so forth and so on. Here, because of the Russians not showing anything, honestly, zero from the Dobropila axis, the Ukrainians initially held to the usual bullshit that, okay, we're doing this and that. Then now they are spilling out the beans, and we are seeing a couple of problems with the whole narrative and why, despite everything, nobody's saying the truth, or at least not showing exactly what's going on. And this has to do with a very simple fact. The Russians have flipped the script on the Ukrainian side. Remember initially when I had this belief that in Kursk, because of the insanity of the undertaking, the insanity of it, guys, the Ukrainians, I thought, were going to get stopped very quickly. They, in a certain sense, were stopped very quickly because after a week or so, even 2 weeks, they stopped offensive operations in all directions. And they started to try to hold as much ground as they could. And then, quickly, about 3 weeks after, the Russians cut a big piece first, and then a month or so after, they cut another big piece. Then there was a stalling, then the Juche Bros came through, and then you had a tertiary push in December 2024, which alarmed the Ukrainians because they were thinking about losing the whole salient pretty quickly in December. Then you had the January bullshit when they started to make a counteroffensive, lost a flurry of equipment. Then Rubicon started to literally raid them on tape. Then you had the second part in February, the second attempt to counterattack Kolmakov, that everybody said, oh, there is a breach and Russians are within their own salient, they're caught. I made the analysis showing that, in fact, everything that we're seeing on the map and everything that we're seeing from the Russian side is actually showing the counter, which is the Ukrainians are trying to make a breakout in order to leg it outside of the fucking salient. And suddenly, a lot of people mocked me. And it was fair game. But we saw that the alleged attack, those 2 days, more or less, they had lost about 60 vehicles and other type of equipment for a 2-day attack, which within a week showed that, in fact, the Russians had pushed them completely out of their positions. And then you had the pipe operation within Suja, which, once again, is the symptom of how Ukraine operates. They're impotent to stop the Russians at the end, and then they're going to start inventing wonderful stories about how they beat them. Remember? Guys got out of the fucking pipe. We wiped them out with HIMARS. 6 hours later, you got Ukrainians getting smoked, trying to get out of Suja. And this is, I'm going to repeat what I said, this is the biggest problem we're going to have for as long as Ukrainians are allowed by the West to spill bullshit. And as long as this war is not pulled back and contained within its military aspect. Because the propaganda, the way it is organized, is, in my opinion, obfuscating the reality I spoke to the thread. And that's where you're going to go back. First of all, as I told you guys, one of the things is that we need absolutely a narrative from the Russian side on how they looked at the battle for, in my opinion, what's going to become the eastern bank of the Dnieper. As I see it, I do not understand any more logic to have the Russians block themselves within the 4 oblasts. Because the 4 oblasts are not a sufficient buffer to what the Ukrainians are doing right now when it comes to deep strikes. And even if, as I said, the Russians go to Hvardiske, Novomoskovsk, and get the whole bunch of softer belly of Ukraine, so basically take Zaporizhzhia, Sinelkovo, Novomoskovsk, Pavlograd, they go to Lozova, go back to Izium, and then cut through Kupiansk towards the Russian border. So I'm just trying to get it as quickly as possible, guys. So they would have to take something like 18,000 square kilometers from where we are right now in order to make it impossible for Ukraine to keep going like this. And even then I said the strikes are going to keep going. In order to make it impossible for Ukraine to actually think about strikes, you'll have to take the rest of the eastern bank. And then we're speaking about over 70,000 square kilometers, which is a whole different affair. And which is, in my opinion, the phase 3 of this conflict, and which I'm going to repeat is going to probably start somewhere after 2030 if the situation in Ukraine, politically, economically, and socially, goes the way I think it's going to go. This means that Ukraine is losing the war. They would describe this as a kind of narrow loss/victory forced by the fact that the Western allies are not going to try and back them. And you're going to have the same kind of logic that you had after World War One in Germany. And you're not going to have the same final solution, quote unquote. So you're not going to have some kind of Azovite taking over power simply because, unfortunately, given that the Ukrainians are living on credit right now, Europeans are too much of retards to actually gift us with this kind of prize, let's say, because an Azovite taking over Ukraine means a guaranteed erasure of the fucking country. It's giving all the ammo that the Russians need politically and emphatically to point out, see, these are fucking Nazis. We need to erase them. I'm not saying it's going to be easy or whatever. It's just that you will set a very bad precedent. And the whole PR game that relied on, see, we have a Žid president, we cannot be Nazis, goes out the fucking door if you got some guy like Biletsky as your Saloführer in chief. So, on that aspect, the Ukrainians right now are not understanding the two main problems, or at least they are understanding we cannot do much about it. The first problem, okay, you have it, it's the manpower, but it's not the manpower the way we see it. Actually, a lot of people are like, yeah, Ukraine has enough people and this and that. In fact, it's not true. In order for Ukraine to offload another 200,000-300,000 people into the army, first of all, as I said, they need to lower the attrition to a minimum. Right now, the Ukrainians are probably losing somewhere between 60,000, 120,000 permanently per year. This doesn't mean these guys are all dead. It means that between 40 and 60,000 are probably dead and disappearing as a minimum. And then you got the wounded who, because of the down tempo of the unit, simply are not available. And you're going to have amputees, and then you're going to have people who are just not good enough for the service, guys who are going to have multiple broken limbs, who would need 2-3 months to be refit. That guy would need to be replaced, and you need to grab that dude. But even if when he's going to be in a fitter shape, you're going to have 3 months later, and given the attrition, his replacement and probably another replacement of the replacement has been gone, dead or wounded. The biggest issue that the Russians are imposing on Ukrainians right now is the attrition. The attrition level hasn't been going down. And I'm not saying that the Russian attrition level has been going down for the troops. That's not what I said. I said that for the Ukrainians, they are not having a good ratio. And the good ratio, as I said, would have been at least 1 to 3. They are not killing 3 Russians or taking out 3 Russians from the fighting grounds. Right now, I really think that the best option that the Ukrainians can hope for with the numbers that we know is about 1.3 to 1.4 to 1. Unfortunately, it's also not that easy because, as I said, the replacement ratio of the population, Ukrainian one, is getting hamstrung by the fact that a lot of people go out, especially women, with kids. Now, we had the new change into the legislation that allows 1822 to get out. Once again, that doesn't mean that these guys are going to save Ukraine, but they are out. And therefore, they are not going to return at least until there is still war or a martial law or a emergency status. The moment it gets lifted, maybe they're going to come, maybe they're not going to come. But for as long as it doesn't get lifted, and for as long as the Russians keep the pressure, as I said, in the attrition form, you have a worse replacement rate and a worse burn rate. Biletsky said that much. He said, because we are going after those who cannot pay, the tax for the TCK who cannot just go away, who cannot have protection. We are grabbing the poor. And grabbing the poor means that what you are doing, and I wrote it as a reply to Killed in Ukraine, that motherfucker. The guys who are getting mobilized right now, they are getting mobilized in an unfair manner. There is a obvious 2-3 level system where you're poor, doesn't matter whatever, you're gonna get your fucking poviska. You're rich, depending if you know someone or don't know someone, you may, live maybe in terror or whatever, but you're gonna be away. You're rich and connected. You are actually going to be the TCK guy. Or you're gonna be like Pritula and the other faggots, which is you are going to be organizing fundraisers and bullshit and travel abroad and be the darling of the resistance camp. Well, basically all that you do is just being a uglier PR dude. I mean, at least put some kind of Totiana, because those, they can even help the war effort with their own persona. I mean, unless Pritula is gay. He's Ukrainian, so probably he is. So in this case, the situation is slightly more complicated for the Ukrainians than it was in 2022, 2023, 2024, and even early this year. They have a bad burn ratio, they have a bad replacement ratio, and in fact, the losses that they need to quote-unquote break, not that kind of breakdown, but the kind of what we're seeing right now, which is additional pressure put to a specific sector. Ukrainians start losing it, they overreact in a certain case, and suddenly what's going on? Well, it's very simple. They're cracking everywhere. And the Russians are going to start moving left, right, left, right, left, right. And by doing so, sorry, I was just reading a small piece here. By doing so, the Russians are also, as I explained yesterday, trying to overload not only the logistical system, but also the logistical routes. If you are going to have a choke point somewhere, I already mastered that the choke point right now is really in Dnipro. In Dnipro, they are passing probably 60-70% of the equipment, guys, and everything that are trained westwards, going eastwards to defend the Donbass. Yeah, I'll give it to whoever wants to actually hear it. Yes, it's absolutely criminal that nothing is being done for the bridges. And I don't give a fuck about the dams either. For a long time, I held true to my ethical aspect. I said, no, I don't want a complete massacre ecologically, and I don't want a large part of the population that might be waiters or not to start losing access to water, to start being starved. But the reality is pretty simple. You need to be cynical in this case. Taking out the Dnipro series of bridges and the one in Kamyanske is not going to deny the eastern bank of supplies, because there are other crossings. Yeah, in this case, I think the Russians should take the Western approach, which is being assholes and knowing pretty well what they're doing, knowing pretty well the damage they're causing, but pretending that everything's fine because there's something else. So being sly motherfuckers is what monkeys should emulate, And instead of that, he's still going, and I have no excuse for that. I have no explanation for that. It's true, you don't need to blow up every single one of them. You just try to choke them in a certain position. In this case, as I said, it's actually super simple. You know, I drew the highways and I drew the direct transit routes. You can literally touch it there. You know, it's in Dnipro. They're getting most of their transport, because on top of it, we know this now like forever. Both sides are using trains to transport massive amounts of equipment, supplies, and other shit. So there are not that many train bridges over the Dnieper on that southern portion. And for some reason, Monkey is just not doing it. This is bad. There is nothing there to try and defend. But once you pull it out, as I said, once you know, accept that that context is bad, it's not going to change. And I lined up another series of contextual issues for the Russian side. Like, Ukraine is not isolated. They are still getting money. They are still getting equipment. They are still getting ammunition. They still can freely go in and out the country. And they are still being connected with the rest, partially with the rest of the European grid. So you cannot completely shut the lights in Ukraine. But then you have to reply by as I said, a situational solution. And they have done it. As I said, for the drones, they've done it. The way to attack the Ukrainians, they've done it. They have exchanged a kind of quote-unquote definitive solution with a one that, in fact, once you start pointing it out and tallying it up, you understand that Ukrainians are losing a lot more with this kind of warfare. So with the attrition warfare than with a quick, quote-unquote clean, because there's no clean victory here, but a quick push and forcing Ukrainians to reply with another big effort from the side. So big strategic battles, the Russians now have refused to fight the way they want probably to fight in 2022. This leads to a loss on their side, but an even bigger loss proportionally on the Ukrainian side. And this has led to the change that we're seeing in the type of warfare that's being fought in Ukraine. And that type of warfare that's being fought in Ukraine is, in my opinion, the worst as it stands right now, is that the Ukrainians are not acknowledging that the attrition warfare is their bane. They need to get out of it. But at the same time, in order not to have this attrition warfare, in order for them to go into a maneuver type warfare or a deep battle or whatever, they need to fix some fundamentals they cannot fix. And I explained to you, you have this mobilization Ponzi scheme that they cannot fix. And you have also, most importantly, the invisible way of this attrition. If you get mobilized to be infantry, you have a 80% chance of dying or being wounded. Statistically, I'm not saying like 80 out of 100, but statistically, the way it is being presented to us, this is how it's going to be. I'd rather even say that the whole frontline infantry on the Ukrainian side will have per unit a lifespan of 2 to 3 months to eradication before it's too late and they need to be pulled out, or the Russians are going to pull them out. The way it happened in Avdiivka, the way it happened in the Ocheretine Plateau, and the way it's happening in a lot of other places. It's literally, you get out on your own, or we pull you out with a bag. And once again, this is not denying that the Russians are incurring losses while doing this. This is to point out a couple of things that for Ukrainians to sustain this tempo, something's gotta give. And the only way that allegedly would give it would be that Ukrainians are trying to score some victories to convince their population that it's a good thing that they should accept getting mobilized, because with more mobilization, there are going to be less losses. Unfortunately, as I said, while initially the Russians thought this way, their military leadership thought it a bit differently. And this is what I spoke about yesterday when I said the Russians have this cynicism which goes hand to hand with the battlefield mathematics. And when the Russians say we need 300,000 guys at once, this doesn't mean that because you're going to put 300,000 guys on the front line, you're going to, by this overpowering mechanism, you're going to lose more guys at the end. No, it means that maybe it's going to happen like that, but also what's going to happen is that with the 300,000 guys, you're going to maybe lose the half of it, but you're going to eliminate maybe the same amount on the other side, which means that de facto, at the beginning, you're going to start losing the same, or the Russians a bit more, but this is going to grind down the Ukrainians to the point that whatever remains at the end on the Russian side are going to be alone on the battlefield. Ukraine cannot do this. For the Ukrainians, in order to align that many people to fight the Russians, it would mean that they strip a large part of the economy clean, and that means that people need to replace those guys within the economy for specific tasks. So Tatiana will need to drive a tractor. Tatiana would need to start plowing fields. Tatiana would need to start working into the fucking steel industry. But on the other side, because those guys are going to get mobilized, as I said, you have the tax aspect. Instead of paying taxes by being employed, they're going to actually drain taxes by being employed by the state. But that one, everybody says, oh, the Westerners are going to pay. And I'm fine. It still is not a productive investment. It's not your money, it's someone else's money. And it's true they're going to give it to you. But that would also mean that the inflation within Ukraine is going to start spiking. Because you're not going to produce it inside. That money that's being given to you to keep going is going to be spent also abroad by importing stuff that you need. You know, if you import more and you export less and you produce less, and those imports are to replace the lack of productivity, well, you have the perfect storm on the Ukrainian economy long term. Now, let's say that Ukrainians do in fact apply the same method as the Russians, which is large mobilization, do send them over, and it still doesn't work. This is actually how the Ukrainians lost the war after the major mobilization round in 2022, early 2023. They used the meat to palliate the lack of firepower initially. That meat started to get, low on the bone, and then at the end there was nothing. And of course the failures did their own, and I think the lies within the Ukrainian population did the rest. So the thing for the Ukrainians to solve actually are not that much more people, more guns, more money. The things to solve is for Ukraine to understand what the Russians want. And I have the feeling that the Ukrainians do not understand, or at least they do not communicate properly on the exact objectives of the Russian forces. In this case, pretty simple. The Russians, when it comes to the Donbass area, as I said, they want absolutely to choke the strategic logistical routes within Ukraine. And I said, if that's the goal, and it is the goal, then you have a very simple fucking solution. But there we come with the political bullshit. That solution is not agreed upon right now. Now, which other solution do you have? And as I said, the other solution is, instead of cutting them, is to make them burn faster. In a certain sense, it's also a logical approach if you cannot practice the first type of solution. Now, the cost of that, of course, we know it's higher. The solution, however, is that if it keeps going at this rate, and it is indeed higher for the Russians, it's also higher for the Ukrainians, but there is also not going to be a replacement after it. There is going to be a backlash later on, because you're going to have a rather militarized society within Ukraine. And this militarized society is going to be problematic for a lot of people. Not only the Russians, but the Ukrainians themselves. And slowly, this is one of the things that initially I didn't believe, because I really didn't think that the Ukrainians would go that far when it comes to the mobilization of people and so on. Slowly, you're going to have probably at least 500,000 people who, in a way or another, would have been living with guns and death and destruction for years. The same thing applies to Russia, but winning the war means that those guys are going to be available for other shit within the Russian, I'd say, imperial ambitions, let's say it like this, although I do not believe in that term, but let's call it imperial ambitions. For Ukraine, what imperial ambitions, what are you going to do? What are you going to do when for 2.5 years, for instance, you were a drone operator blowing up Russians, and now that you lost the war, they're gonna fucking hang your ass? It's pretty simple. There are 3 things you're gonna do. First, criminal organization, potentially outside of Europe, potentially South America, potentially Africa, whatever, it doesn't fucking matter. Second, any kind of security service, allied or not, even flipping the bird and going with the Russians. Why not? And the third most important part, I think, you're going to try and fit to the society, you're going to fail, and it's just going to burn out. A bit differently than other people, but so this kind of shit that Russia is inflicting on Ukraine, by the mass of it, is just poison for that country's national ethos, national tissue. These guys, especially if they lose, and they will lose, they're going to be the cancer of that society. They're going to just kill that country from within. And the worst problem with this is that for a good part of the population, the situation they're going to be left to after the eventual loss of Ukraine on the battlefield is going to be a betrayal. A part of the Ukrainian population is going to look at these people like they look at the UPA. Are heroes. Stabbed in the back. Again, the same fucking rhetoric. And in my opinion, the danger for the Ukrainians is not as much that the Russians blah blah blah. No, the danger for the Ukrainians is that these guys who are the way they are going to be awful long term. They're not going to be that kind of Stahlhelm that plagued Germany after World War I. they're going to be a lot less fussy about that. But politically, what they're going to propose to the other part of the population is going to be more war, more destruction, more losses. But in this case, from a cold start, one of the things that divides Russia and Ukraine is that right now there is a very little reconstruction happening in Ukraine and a lot of destruction on specific areas plus the front. A lot of the parts that Ukraine has lost militarily are also a lot of parts that would have need rebuilding. So in a certain sense for Ukraine, there is this logic, this is what I said with Pokrovsk on the thread. For Ukraine, a lot of the ground it's losing right now is also the ground that we need to rebuild. So for them, it's kind of okay. If it's gone because we'll not need to pay for that. The issue comes when I said, if they start into this strategic gunslinging, then the losses are going to start piling up on places that would hurt Ukraine as it would keep them despite a loss. So what exactly is going to happen? How are we going to, reverse this situation? You know. And then you have all these guys that are looking at you as Zelensky or whoever is going to come after him. You're not able to do anything. So the kind of self-destruction that these guys are going to bring to Ukraine is fabulous. On the other side, the Russians, as I said, the guys they have, they're going to just export them as much as possible, keep another part within the army. But also, Russia, with the expenditure, first of all, they will not have too much to rebuild within Russia. Second of all, the territories it has to control, be that 20%, 25%, 35%, 40% of Ukraine, they're going to be mostly empty. They're going to be, for most parts, industrial and urban friches. So there will be a chance, slim but true, that you can bring people and reoccupy those areas, settlement style, and expand both territory and population at a, in my opinion, very slow rate. But you will need to do it because you need the connections, you need the logistical roads, you need to have people around them, and you will have to deal with it. On top of it, and this is another part, some of the areas the Russians are aiming at right now, they're going to take, after all, are resource rich in specific resources. Plus, as I said, if they start reaching and creeping along the Dnieper, so if they take Zaporozhye and then they creep towards Dibrova up to Dnipro, you have de facto a huge control on what happens on the other bank of the river. And for Dnipro, okay, this is not that problematic for Ukraine, because most of Dnipro is on the other side, so it's on the western bank. But Zapo is quite the contrary. Most of Zapo is on the eastern bank. So as I said, the danger is to lose Zapo and force the Ukrainians then about 100 or 80 kilometers up north, with a big danger of the Russians going from Novomoskovsk, taking over and taking a third or 40% of Zapo by the north, and then de facto taking over the dam. Again, this is in future. Don't think it's going to happen like that. But I'm saying letting the Russians creep along the Dnieper is a suicide note for Ukraine as it stands right now, especially militarily, but most importantly, I think economically, because once you are in position to switch off the dam in Kamyansky actually, but also start cutting the crossings over the Dnieper at Dnipro, you are going to deprive the Ukrainians of a huge, for instance, rail yard infrastructure. You are also going to deprive the Ukrainians of a huge defensive position. And you are going to force them to do exactly what a lot of people said before, but unfortunately wasn't done properly. You are going to force them to put a stop in Dnipro. Right now, Dnipro is about a bit like Pokrovsk used to be. Of course, the comparison is completely fucked up, but Dnipro right now is your logistical hub for the whole of eastern Ukraine. There is, as I said, Kremenchuk or Kanif as crossings for the Kharkov area, but given where the fight is mostly now, Dnipro is your cornerstone. So the more we're going to advance in this war, the way the Ukrainians are fighting right now, the more, as I said, we're just going to end up with the very simple conclusion that in order for the war to end at anybody's terms, like the war to end definitely the way it's being fought right now, Dnipro needs to be nurtured. Zapo is the first objective, which would force then a switch of the logistical flow towards Dnipro. And as I said, that alone adds you a day of transit and will force the Ukrainians to start using more of the northern routes. But once you see how the north is done with the highway, you see that there's a huge gap in terms of highway circulation, and that your biggest transit area still is Dnipro. If you want to start going to Kremenchuk, it's fine, but you actually have only one major crossing. If you're going to try to cross beyond that, then as I said, you're going to have to go to Kanif or Cherkasy. And then, of course, the biggest critical nodule of transit is going to be Kiev. But Kiev has a huge problem, as I already said, in the sense that it is not that far from the Russians, and it also means that if there is a will to neutralize the transit in Kiev and start cutting the bridges, whatever, it will be done. But the fight right now is not in Kiev anymore, so it doesn't really matter. What matters, as I said, if quickly enough Zaporozhye can be completely cut off, then you can pass to Dnipro. But this, once again, is the long-term view of the conflict. The short-term view, the way the war is being fought right now, it's true that it's rather on the smallish side. Small groups, infiltrations, whatever you want to call it. But it still relies on the same realities, and the realities that we described are pretty simple. Today, the Ukrainians do not control as much logistical routes as they did 2 years and 2 months ago. What they do control, however, as I said, is that enough crossings on one side to the other to be able to still switch the axis of logistics. So, up to a certain point, Pokrovsk was the great logistical balancer on the front. Then Pokrovsk got nurtured pretty quickly last year. And right now they're just fighting to get the city, but the logistical importance of the Pokrovsk bifurcation is gone. And therefore, now the real, I think, logistical hub when it comes to the tactical aspect is one in Pavlograd, and the other one is in Krasnopavlivka, Panitune area, coming from behind Kharkiv and coming from the highway from Poltava. So your two big axes plus their crossings are going to be Poltavka, and then of course are going to be Pavlograd. Poltava, Pavlograd, those are your current large logistical hubs that are allowing the Ukrainians to defend in Kharkiv and to defend around Slavyansk, Kramatorsk, and the flat in Dnipropetrovsk. And I'm going to repeat how to log them. Well, check on the map again. You log Dnipro, they need to go through Kamyanske. After Kamyanske, they need to cross to Novoselivka, or they need to go all over the place, which is go on from Kremenchuk and then go to Poltava. Poltava, they cut down to Krasnograd, Vardiske, Novomoskovsk, Pavlograd, and there you go. If you keep going with Dnipro, then the Ukrainians gain on transit time alone, on I'd say mileage. In the best case scenario, you make them lose about sorry guys, Krasnograd could be on Moskovsk as well instead of that. So yeah, they lose 220 kilometers if they cannot pass from Dnipro. Just Dnipro. I'm not. So you eliminate, in a certain sense, also Kryvyi Rog as a defensive hub, because Kryvyi Rog goes straight either to Dnipro or to Kremenchuk. Towards Zaporozhye, for instance, Kryvyi Rog doesn't have a direct highway, and it is extremely exposed because it's the highway that goes along the Energodar reservoir, and so around Nikopol and Marganets, it is exposed to Russian FPV attacks, and as we know right now, the Russians are attacking all over the Kherson with their quote-unquote safari hits, and therefore Zaporozhye, as it stands, needs to be still reached from Kryvyi Rog by going towards Dnipro and then cutting south from Mykolaiivka. Once again, once you start analyzing it on the mileage that they need to put through, you are going to see also a difference on fuel consumption. These are the very artistic little things that are going to impact the Ukrainian army a lot more, because, for instance, as I said, if you cannot use Novomoskovsk anymore, and you cannot cross to Kamyanske, but you need to come all the way from Kremenchuk and go towards the sister cities from Poltava, you're going to have a hell of a time. Instead of going from Dnipro, you're going to leave Pavlograd, you're going to go to Izyum and go to Slavyansk. So the distance that you need to go through by going through Kremenchuk instead of from Dnipro and using the highway Novomoskovsk, Pavlograd, Lozova, Izyum, Slovyansk, is going to be over double. You're at 360 kilometers. If you go from Kremenchuk, Poltava, Krasnograd, and you're going to be at, I think, 180 something from Dnipro. So, yeah, quickly. No, it's a bit more. It's about 220 kilometers. So, yeah, that's what it is. It doesn't take a huge, I'd say, brain to understand how just by adding more mileage to the transit over time, you just create a extra supply cost. Because if you add back and forth with a single truck, as I said, about 140 kilometers, that means 280 kilometers. I know that it looks like penny pinching when I say it like this, but it's still fuel that I need to buy from somewhere. And I know that they're using pickup, so the impact initially doesn't seem that big. But try to defend that area for, let's say, 3 to 4 months. And for 3 to 4 months where you did 220, you do 340, 350. Well, actually, what you're doing with the back and forth, you are doing a third route, but to transport the same amount of equipment. So what's going to happen is that at some point, Ukrainians are going to start to try rationalizing transit, which means they're going to start using bigger trucks or like a bigger capacity. There is where you're going to start striking, because bigger capacity means at some point they will need to do last mileage transit and distribution, which means that they need to put all that shit about 20, 30 kilometers from the lock positions. You find it, you burn it, and then it starts costing them a lot more. Those small fucking details made the Ukrainians rape the Russians in Kharkov. Russians thought that they were completely untouchable because of the virtue of the fact that they had the initiative in Kharkov, although that was already debatable by the month of May 2022. And after that, it was just, everything was in the open. So, pop. It was game. But what the Russians are doing here is something worse to the Ukrainians. They are forcing the Ukrainians to actually spend more for less or the same, what at the same time having less capability to replace the losses and having less impact on the overall burn rate versus the Russians. Meanwhile, the Russians advancing on the same highways and logistical routes, they gain more nodules to start moving all over the place. So one of the things that a lot of people have been ignoring now for a while, the advance on the E50 from more or less Memrik to actually the door of Pokrovsk has completely, if you check it, by the taking of Kurakovo, allowed the Russians to start using the Mineralne Pisky Donetsk ring axis and start distributing all over the place. It has been putting also a buffer, because this is the beauty of this stuff. Sometimes you think that things happen for whatever reason. It has been putting a 50-kilometer buffer to the Donetsk ring, which is just not having the population of Donetsk sleep in peace. No, it also allows the Russians to start using more aggressively the Donetsk agglomeration as both a transit and a staging ground. This was something that the team discussed 2 years ago exactly at the start of the operation in Avdiivka. That there was a political and military reason for it. But once you allow Donetsk to become a massive staging ground, it's done. It's over. You just need to move on with it. Nothing's going to be the same now, unless cataclysm of the Russian side. But by completely rejecting the strategic changes that are happening south of Donetsk, and in this case is the fact that, for instance, 2 years ago, this is one thing that I still cannot believe that the Russians got it so early, but took so long to develop and deploy. So let's go back to June 9th, basically when we were 100% sure that there was a counter. The Volnovaka nodule, rail nodule, from the front was exact at 20 kilometers, 19.45 something. Now, the depth from Ugledar, which was still, of course, occupied, was 25 kilometers from the Volnovaka crossroad, and of course, the depth of the highway to Berezove made it simply unusable. It was 9 kilometers from Berezove to the Ukrainian lines that were still in Novomikhailivka and Paraskovika. You guys remember those names because the Marinka area and Novomikhailivka area were absolutely a shit show of wonderful proportions for the Russians. And just for the fun, let's advance now. Sorry, guys. Let's advance exactly where the Russians are right now, which is around Iskra. The Russians, since June 2023, from that position, have advanced 75 kilometers. So, the highway that cuts the Donetsk positions in two, so Donetsk ring that goes towards Novotroitske and Volnovaka, since the end of the fucking Operation Stavdivka, so almost 20 months from now, well, has gained, just to be 100% sure, has gained over 80 kilometers. Which means that now the Russians have gained such a huge ability to move around, while the Ukrainians have lost that ability to move around the front and start distributing troops. Ukrops, as I said, have gone single stack. The Russians have gone articulate defense over Donetsk. And this is, in a certain sense, is completely normal why Zelensky wanted to attack Golovka. Because on that area, you have still the biggest problem for the Russians. If you come from the crossroads south of Konstantinovka at Berezovka to Golovka, you only have 30 kilometers. So anything that is in Drushkovka or Oleksivka-Drushkovka is gonna fucking bomb the transit axis there. And the rail yard and the rail track that's there in Golovka is unusable. It's true that the one in Yenakive is going to be a lot more protected, but you're still at 47 kilometers, so you're going to still get HIMARS from time to time. And, of course, drones and, of course, whatever. Now, once you take Konstantinovka, you're going to establish at least a good old 50 plus kilometer buffer, which will again mean an advance on the line for the Russians. Reminder that the Ukrainians every single time have maintained that some logical or illogical things within the attempts from the Russians to occupy position, to this, to that, are just cope. That's why we're talking about cope state. So when they still are discussing about how the Russians are going for things that are not logical or they don't matter, they do matter for the Russian side. This is what I told you. They are not looking at these situations from the eyes of the Russian side, or they are denying that reality because, as I said, your bigger problem is that once you start misunderstanding or pretending that something is not what it is, at some point keeping a double accountability of what's real and what's not becomes impossible. I think this departure from what Ukrainians knew was the truth, or what the Russians were aiming at, and what they said to the world, is when I think they lost also count and control of the situation. One of the reasons, we laugh with the Ukrainians is, I'm going to say, is the fact that when they lie now, it's not even believable. Reminded, I keep intercepting 600 Shahids and 200 cruise missiles every time, but somehow still shit burns in Ukraine. They keep killing 1,000, 2,000 Russians every single day, and somehow it's them that are pulling back, and somehow, for some reason, they're still getting 1,000 body bags each and every month. That, they never disappeared, never died. These are Russian bodies. Come on, guys. Don't be stupid. By the way, remember when they said that there were Russian bodies in the 6,000 that they dropped by? To this date, except for the PR bullshit I invented, there still hasn't been a single Russian body returned to the Russians. The Ukrainians know very well that what they're doing when they're lying. First of all, is their trait, unfortunately, as the underdog in the relationship with Russia. They have to have chutzpah, they have to be lively, let's say it like this. But second of all, it has gotten to a point that started to acknowledge the scale of disaster. This is what I think a commentator gave us explanation recently. If we say how much we lost, there's going to be a scandal, we're going to have civil war in Ukraine. And I'm like, you are still going to have civil war in Ukraine later because you're still going to lose the war. So this fuite en avant, this acceleration towards the abyss on the Ukrainian side is completely understandable given the position where they are. And also what they want right now, especially when we speak about tomahawks and that shit, is absolutely to have a way to hurt Russia so that it can degenerate into a certain conflict that the West would take part on it and bail Ukraine at least on specific parts. The fact that you hear Trump now saying, we're going to do stuff to Russia and now Ukraine's going to win, going to back the borders 991. You know perfectly well what's going to happen. We're going to go back to the same issues that we had with Trump in Afghanistan in 2017 when he tried to do his own search for about 4 months, after which he started the process which led to the infamous Doha Agreement, which saw the US literally get humiliated by a bunch of Talibros out of nowhere. And this is the biggest issue we're having right now, is that Trump is playing along with this somehow bullshit macho bravado. I mean, listen to the bullshit he said to the military part there recently. Half of that stuff, I honestly think a lot of the officers listening to that must have been laughing their asses, because the whole speech was a monument to incompetence. None of it was even remotely logical. But somehow, and this is something that needs to be said, somehow it was perfect to show how much Trump is an idiot, but how much the decorum within the US is a powerful tool to turn against themselves. In a certain sense, yeah, I think Idiocracy paved the way for this. It's such a stupid and funny movie, but it shows exactly what it is. Just put an idiot in charge and see everybody becoming idiots. Part of the people who are gonna become idiots is purely by opportunism. Like, if the idiot on top of it is sentimental and receptive to basically glazing, yeah, that's a good way to advance in your career and in your life. And then for the rest, people who just cannot stand the guy. So you have an internal collapse, not like it's going to be the end of Rome in the US, but simply you are going towards the cracking of the veneer that made the US the bullshit beacon of freedom that we're supposed to be. When you have Trump doing stuff that is completely illegal and internationally starting to piss off a lot of people, this is exactly how America loses its standing. And people say, yeah, but it doesn't matter, it's still going to give tomahawks, and like, who the fuck cares? Is America going to fight the war in Ukraine? As long as the Americans are not going to fight that war, only thing they're going to do is just kill more Ukrainians and also Russians in the process. But there is an end to the Ukrainian population at this rate being available for this war. And once again, a lot of doomers, a lot of idiots going to say, yeah, but there's not an end to the American power or Western GDP, whatever. Bro, it's been 4 years. If the French, English, Americans, whatever, wanted to actually commit to this war, they would have done it in 2022. Steel to steel. And then, I mean, it would have gotten proportions that they weren't ready to pay. Now, if you think they're going to bring the cavalry, because the Russians would be more vulnerable, all that shit. No, the Russians are just going to fucking nuke whatever place they want to try to land on. Because they are bringing the belligerency to that point, the Russians in this case. And of course, it's a Russian problem that they kept going like this for so long, where it was very simple. I mean, from the beginning, you could have done the innominable and just taking care of the consequences. At the end, you still are a fucking nuclear power, and you got some asshole trying to toy with you just because you have self-imposed rules. Ukrainians have attempted to the Russian strategic triad. So at that point, it's true that I don't understand why there has been no nuke in Kiev. Of course, there was the Oreshnik test, but at the end, a rabid dog doesn't heed to whistles. Rabid dog only understands a bullet through the eyes, a hammer behind the neck, whatever, or being run over by a tank or a car. But it's not gonna stop trying to fucking bite you. That's the whole fucking point of him being a rabid dog. And this is Ukraine right now. They're not gonna stop doing the shit they're doing because it's not about the consequence. There is not enough pain to make them stop. And it's true that this is a self-defeating logic, because the more you're gonna add to the pain to the Ukrainians, the less they're gonna have a problem with going beyond that, because they're suffering. So the whole gamble here, the whole wager is that at some point this suffering is going to break them. And actually they are past the point of breaking. What's happening, as I said, is that the West is literally drugging these people via cash, via copium, and of course via political and diplomatic cover. When Russia strikes strategic assets of Ukraine, civilian, dual use, military, whatever, it's a war crime. When Ukrainians do even worse through terroristic methods, is completely self-defense. So on that cover, as I said, the fact that Ukraine doesn't understand that what they're doing is just accelerating the demise by just being held to the much by sniffing the allegory of bath salts. That's where things go wrong. And this is why Cope State has no problem lying. Of course, in their case, they don't want to get mogulized. But the biggest issue for Cope State is that who's going to tell them they're wrong? The only thing that you're going to have is geolocations. And I mean, we are doing this job now for over 2 years. When I pointed out that Cope State is lying, does it change anything for Cope State? No, they're going to keep lying. And this is what you got in the latest update they did today. They added the plus 20 square kilometers of losses. And I'm like, why the fuck are you doing this? Why are you trying to relent on some areas? Like, the other thing that's beautiful with the latest update is that they allegedly have retaken some new areas around Shakovo, and at the same time they completely denied the advance in Pankivka from the Russians, which has been given by multiple other outlets than Deep State. So you arrive to this point when you are in contradiction with other PDORs who are saying you are too flaming for them. And it doesn't actually even matter what we're going to say long term, because the Ukrainians right now, especially guys like Kopst and stuff like that, they are not interested in telling you the truth when it comes to what they're losing. They're interested now, or their task right now, is to keep going with the propaganda war. Cope State from the beginning was this. But right now, they are fully that. And it doesn't matter how much geolocations you're going to find, doesn't matter how much things you're going to point out, doesn't matter. Because at the end, both sides are transforming this war in something very shitty. And the thing that is shitty with this war is that it doesn't rely on showing the world or showing whatever who is winning, who is losing. It's pretending that both sides are winning. And it's completely normal. Like, the Russians are not going to tell, oh, we're losing, we're getting our asses kicked, and the Ukrainians vice versa. And this is, as I said, it's completely acceptable if you're honest with yourself. But what's not acceptable is that it's obviously visible that you're losing whatever you're doing. And it's obviously understandable that you're doing this out of duress or out of a pointer from within the Ministry of Defense or the security service, whatever. But once you are caught doing this multiple times, and you still pretend that you have a voice to the chapter by saying, "Oh yeah, follow us, we are impartial, this and that," because that's what Deep State did initially with Dobropila Salin. They said, "Oh, we didn't report the whole situation from the beginning because we didn't want to sow panic among like." Why do you think that you're going to have a panic among the Ukrainian population when you're lying to these guys for now a year and a half? When you are literally the prime provider of copium, and when instead of understanding why people are fleeing Ukraine, you are getting after those guys who flee Ukraine and trying to show them into the worst light possible and shove them under the tracks of the TCK. So, in fine, what the Ukrainians need to solve is the truth that they need to actually afford to tell the people. And the truth that need to tell to people, unfortunately, for the Ukrainians, cannot happen on the military scale, on the military side of it. The Ukrainians cannot start saying that, okay, it's happening right now, we're getting fucked on our logistical routes, and the Russians have switched, they do not want to have a rapid conquest. What they want is they want us to just spend. And of course, the attrition part of the war has been laid out. What hasn't been explained is where there is this attrition, why are you having this attrition. The Ukrainians continue to try and strike depots, AD, stuff like that. And it's true, it is a part of the attrition game. But the reality, when you see how it goes on both sides, I told you, the Russians are following a very systematic approach that forces Ukrainians to start bunching, getting pinned down, and then get it swapped. It can be like a 1 month operation, a 3 months operation, 10 months operation. You can be Volchansk, for instance. And Volchansk is moving back on the wrong side again for the Ukrainians. It's true, it's like half a square kilometer or 1 square kilometer. But I might remind you that like Volchansk, Yablunivka and fucking Sumy, all these places were supposed to be the example of how the fucking Ukrainians were good at fighting the war and they were having a chance to win. If you want to understand why Ukraine is in such a shitty position, it's going to be the 46th day tomorrow that the Russians are occupying a area roughly of 100 maybe square kilometers that should have been completely blockaded, blanked out, from the Ukrainian counter-offensive forces there. And the area, just to be sure, guys, not to bullshit you with anything. So yeah, actually the area of the breakthrough is about 100 square kilometers. 45 days to reduce that. The depth of this area, the stitch comes right now, don't you worry, is about 4.5 kilometers. If the things go the way they're going, and if the Russians do what I think they're going to try and do, what they're actually doing, which is completely open up the base, take Sofivka and connect with the line at Vilna, then they're going to have a big bulge to Red Tetiana of about 160, 170 square kilometers after 2 months. A slight reminder that the Kursk salient, because this is the beauty of it, the Kursk salient, the maximal Kursk salient that was at 900 at some point, got reduced on its northwest of almost 300 square kilometers, but then Cope State put it at around 200 in 3 weeks. It popped out on the map with Cope State mid to 20 August, and by 15th of September, it was gone. The area upstairs. So it went from 900 to 700. That's the reality. And the Ukrainians had armor, they had a lot more firepower, a lot more manpower, and still to take out those 200 kilometers, it took out 3-4 weeks. To completely eradicate about a 900 square kilometer salient, it took 7 months, more or less. So over 100 square kilometers per month. So how? How is that this is the level that Ukraine can actually afford? Due to Russian pressure, due to logistical breakdown, due to a lot of shit that's going on that Ukrainians cannot face. It's sad, it's ugly, and it should not be going like this. For Ukraine's sake, I don't give a fuck. They should be doing like this for us, but for Ukraine's sake, they should completely understand what's going on. Now, the issue is, what are the solutions? There are no solutions for them right now, because they do not admit there are issues, or at least not publicly, and at least not the issues we are seeing. And I'm saying, if Team War Criminal is seeing those issues, the Russians are like having a microscope up Ukraine's ass to see the real actual fucking issues to the microbial level. And the vice versa is also possible, like, or it's not also, but it's probably possible that the issues that plague Russia due to American help are also visible to Ukraine. It's just that they're not handicapping the Russians enough to create the same kind of bullshit that you're having with Ukraine. So now that we have all this paradigmatic issue out of the window, we're going to move more into the tactical and actually the translation of all this blah blah, this bullshit, into what we think at Team War Criminal is going to happen beyond. Okay, first of all, there is a huge situation that has happened recently on the Dnipropetrovsk-Zaporozhye axis. And what is the issue? Well, it's pretty simple. The Russians are creating a small corner on the southeastern Dnipropetrovsk Oblast, which is leading them towards Pokrovsk. Now, I told you guys, Pokrovsk was a target before of strikes, but now Pokrovsk, unfortunately, is becoming a target of ground reach on at least 3 different axes that are following the Vovcha River at the Vovcha level, but also south of it. The Russians are in the low 2-digit numbers distance. So, from Novoselivka, there are about 20 kilometers to Pokrovsk. From Sosnivka, we are at 20 kilometers. From the advance towards Oleksivka, which unfortunately our friends at Pidor State still point out as Russians being over there despite some sightseeings. They are at 70 kilometers. And of course, from Verbovo, as I always pointed out, this is down south. We are at like 15.9 kilometers. Now, the big issue with our friends at Cope State is that they are also pointing out an advance towards the Poltavka River. And the advance to Poltavka is showing something far more sinister for the Ukrainians. And this I already explained. So you have what used to be the Ugledar wall going forward, or in this case going westward, and going towards the grab and gobbling of Huliapolye. By advancing the way they're doing, if the Russians, if I'm correct, start reaching towards Zelenigai and grabbing the point at Chervone, they would again put Huliapolye into a kind of light encirclement. And then the advance, in my opinion, is going to be from Verbovo to Danilovka, which would completely eliminate the axis of supply at the defensive line from Pokrovsk towards Huliapolye. That advance in depth, again, is going to be of 21 kilometers, about 20 kilometers in average, and in south-north depth is going to be probably about 60 kilometers from Dorozhanka towards Pokrovsk. Sorry, 40. I mixed up. I was thinking about Biloria and Novodanilovka. By the way, Russians on the Robotine area were seen around Novodanilovka, but for Kop State, for instance, it's still Ukrainian territory, whatever. As I said, this is another Kop State special. So, in short, the Russians are going to grab another, I think, 400 square kilometers worth of bullshit. 600 square kilometers of bullshit. Even more, actually. And completely eliminate the defensive line from Huliapolye to Pokrovsk. This is not going to happen tomorrow. It's not going to probably happen before the month of January, February 2026. But as I said, once the Russians are there and that line of defense/supply falls down, then it's basically over for Zapo as it stands, because it would mean that the area of maneuver will be of about 65 kilometers. Gross area of maneuver, with a net area of maneuver between Veselyanka, the highway that goes from Grigorivka towards Sednogorsk, and then of course the railway that goes to Vozvizhika, which is about 45 kilometers. That is going to be your net maneuver area for the Ukrainians, which means that definitely in the Zaporozhye axis, the Ukrainians are going to be into defensive/extermination mode. The moment that area falls, Orikiv's going to fall, Tavriska is going to follow. And the Russians are going to be probably around Komushevaka. Hopefully by June 2026. Once they're there, Komushevaka to Zaporozhye is 20 kilometers, which means that drone teams are going to completely clear out Grigorivka, Balabino, Rostuche, Stepne. So all the advance up to the Zaporozhye International Airport are going to be gone. And Zaporozhye as a crossing will cease to exist for the Ukrainian forces, because they will try and have people cross from the railway bridge that goes towards Sagadachny Tract. This means that the dam in Zaporozhye is going to be under threat of UMPKs. In certain cases it already is, but now you will have a lot more time to aim and drop. And also, most importantly, the air defense around Zaporozhye is going to be under immense pressure, because you are going to be into optifiber range. And optifiber range hitting a S-300 launcher somewhere around Novoslobodivka. I know that I said that we shouldn't take PR for victories, but that PR is gonna fucking hurt. And we already had FPVs taking out the HIMARS. But yeah, most importantly, from Komushevaka to Vilyansk, which is the other axis of crossing. If you cross over to Zaporozhye, or if you cross over to to Dnipro, and you need to go through, Vilyansk is your other big side crossing when you're coming from Dnipro, Varvarivka, Andrivka, and so forth. So you lock yourself to Komushevaka somewhere in June 2026. You have the first signs of the war being over for this round, because then you will have the Battle for Zaporozhye, having a Battle for Zaporozhye over the summer, given the heat, given the situation that's going to start happening there, and given that the Russians don't even need to take the city. Let's be honest, the Russians can just decide they don't want the city in full, so they're not going to touch Khortytsa, they're not going to touch Baburka. The only thing they're going to do is blow up 3 bridges and make the dam impassable, and it's done. Within 3 to 6 months, the only supply road is going to be over Mikhailivka, which is a bridge as well. Therefore, can be UMPK to fuck, and then everybody's going to be forced to go through Vilyansk. As I said, you're going to go to Vilyansk. It means that it's only one main road to go through. It means one main road to FPV, UMPK, whatever you want. You see where I'm going with this. So, the moment the Russians are going to be close enough to Zaporozhye, from that axis, we're not speaking about the current direction, because right now there is no way to actually move past the Kinska River and Kinska Reservoir at Grigorivka, because simply the Ukrainians can either flood it, or, most importantly, not only flood it, but also can make it impassable right away, and then they can stop the guys because of the Kiska River all over the Komushevaka, Zaporozhets, Yurivka defensive line. So, All you need to do is go around the highways and then attack from the south around Malisherbaki, Novakovlivka, because the distance and the ground to cover from Malisherbaki is absolutely short at 17 kilometers. And the only way the Ukrainians are going to reply to that kind of push is to start mobilizing the defensive line in Tavrivka and Yurkivka, which means that they're going to start popping out for other strikes, of course for UMPKs, and then they're going to start relinquishing the approaches to Orikov. It's true that we are talking about Orikov being ready to get assaulted, but let's be honest, Orikov is going most probably to get erased by UMPKs, then assaulted. So, as I said, this very recent transformation and the state of advances in that sector make it, as I said, they are precursors to the very simple fact that the Russians will not negotiate on the core elements, which is, I'm going to repeat, 4 oblasts, a demilitarized country, or at least with a military force that would be shit, buffer zones, a lot of buffer zones, and then a lot of legal changes within the Ukrainian constitution, not outright making them some kind of vassal to Russia, but neutralizing them. And it's true that on this I'm not agreeing with the Russian leadership. I do not want a Finland beast with Ukraine. If I was them, I would push for a absolutely Austria-style neutrality. But unfortunately, the Russians do not have that kind of bargaining power right now. That kind of bargaining power, as I said, will come when what I just described will happen down south. So basically reducing the maneuver ground for the Ukrainians to almost zero, which means that Ukrainians are going to be simply into, as I said, a retreat / piecemeal defeat posture. Because right now they do not have any kind of answer to the advances both in Dnipro but also along the axis in Zapo. And most of all, they do not have the, in my opinion, I want to repeat, the intellectual capacity to start and cut the Russians from doing what they're doing right now, which is this floating type of attack, left, right, up, down, whenever they want, simply because they have lost the battle of the logistical routes. And this is why, in a certain sense, well, the Ukrainians were very happy for the last mile destruction of Russian supply lines. The Russians were hitting the depots and the transition areas for the supplies to go to the last miles. So when the Russians are sending this flying trash with AI to hit 50, 60 kilometers behind the line, instead of using Lancets, all that stuff, it shows that the Russians are absolutely going for a battle of the roads exactly the way they had lost it in 2022, when instead of trying to countervalue the strikes towards the Ukrainians, they just put more trucks on the road until, well, it just couldn't go on. Here, the approach that the Russians have been taking is also extremely good, because the Ukrainians since the beginning were going with mosquito logistics. These mosquito logistics have the advantages and the disadvantages. We spoke about this since 2022, 2023. So on one side, you're going to lose whatever pickup, they're going to fucking replace it from some garbage you're going to get from England. But on the other side, because you need to still have volume, using 5 pickup trucks instead of 2 military trucks means that you will have to go back and forth, and therefore, I said, signal your logistical routes to the last mile. On top of it, you, by going with the pickups, you are going to limit the maximum weight and volume can carry, which means that you are going to limit the operational reach of your unit. in any case. And look at the last video I posted, the guys who are using these pickups to go into advance, they get stopped by a small 4 to 6 man units from the Russians. The 4 guys in the fucking Nissan Pizdrel are fucked. But it's exactly what is going on the other side as well. These are the kind of infiltration / advances that both sides are going to score because they are going to the atomized level of the offensive capability. And once those small units start clawing up some ground, then the biggest forces advance too. But Ukraine hasn't been able to do this. Ukraine still insists on that. When we try to do with DRG infiltration reports, it doesn't work, then just fucking start hammering, go ham with Bradleys and shit. We saw recently 2 Bradleys attempted to bypass the Rozhanye, getting hammered, raped, and abandoned. This is the beauty of it. This is the beauty of all this stuff. Ukraine on that level, despite the fact that it has Russian examples to both emulate and refine, they are not committing to that because actually they started this at the beginning and it was one of the reasons they had so many losses in 2022 despite the fact that they are still in denial over them. And the more we are going to advance in this war, as I said, if there is no solution found to the Russian tactics, but also Russian air power, because this is the biggest problem. Everybody was expecting the F-16 to turn the fucking tables on the Russians, whatever. The F-16, as we said, was going to be used mostly as an air interceptor. Sometimes it has also been used for ground attack, but mostly it keeps being used to start fucking go after Shaheeds. They even lost 2 of them to these night hunts. So far, both, as we said, the numbers are not there to actually contest, but most importantly, because of their main task is not to go toe-to-toe with the Russian fighters, but it is to have this role of quick reaction force to combat Shaheeds. You are stuck with a process where the Ukrainians do not have that air power and that support to start contesting the Russian Air Force. Most of the mishaps on the Russian side are done by ambushes. But trying to ambush on the flat in Zaporozhye, we saw how it went. Like a Su got shot and the Patriot position got fucked up. A lot of people are going to say, like, yeah, I don't think it's a fair exchange. I think it's a very fair exchange in the sense that the Ukrainians do not have an infinite amount of Patriot components. Russians, in comparison, have an infinite amount of jets. The only problem is you start losing the pilots. That's something else that I agree. But the planes, and this is the biggest issue that we're going to have as well. Because going ambush is going to still create gaps for you. Maybe the Russians are going to be a bit more scared and stuff like that. But at the end, all the ambushes have led to very little structural damage to the Russian Air Force. The Russian Air Force has lost more assets the first year because they were in a kind of merge most of the time, and to drones since then it has lost to air combat or air operations. And it's true that the first ambushes were spectacular, and we discussed this. But since then, they have had a lot more problems. The Ukrainians, I mean. So, the moment that you cannot neuter the Russian
air forces. The moment that you have shaheeds that did what they did recently with the train and the helicopters going against them, and the moment that you can shit shaheeds, gerberas, and whatever, the attrition phase that the Ukrainians want to win is gone. What you are going to try to win, as I said, is by maximizing some strikes like the spiderweb operation, the attempts on the Russian refineries, and the sudden mental illness befalling the Ukrainians trying to hit TPPs, notably in Bryansk and in Belgorod. Because then it's like a young kid trying to bitch slap Mike Tyson. You are not winning that one. And it's there where I said to you guys that unfortunately the idea of winning for the Ukrainians is now completely warped into something that has never been a victory. We're going to save our national ethos, we're going to be still free and stuff like that. Bitch, nobody wanted you unfree, quote unquote. They want you neutered. If you don't have your balls and your dick, it doesn't matter what you think, you're not a dude. You're useless. That's the whole sovereignty concept. That's the whole self-rule concept. If you are a Russian vassal or a Western rump state, it doesn't matter. Your whole point as a subject is gone. You are not a self-serving person. You don't exist without the one or the other. So this is one of the issues that the Ukrainians do not understand. The way the war is going, it's going to be one of the two decisions. And it's going to be either, well, be some kind of Kosovo, in the sense that your existence is mainly due to a guarantor, a military guarantor in this case, and a political guarantor outside of it. Or, yeah, as I said, you are just going to shut the fuck up and take it from the Russians. And that's it. Now, there are other things that need to be said. And the first is, of course, what's going on in Liman. And I said, if Liman goes to the end, as it's going to Arzyarova and Novoselivka, you have the most beautiful comeback ever. And of course, if Siversk falls, and then you have the Russians completely going through Pokrovsk, Zhivka, and Kadenki, then they're gonna start coming so close to Slovyansk. Honestly, they're gonna be at 20 kilometers from Slovyansk, while also having cleared Liman on the other side. The Russians in this war never were that close on the flat. It's not actually flat because it's a bit hilly, but that close on the flat from the east. The maximum they ever were is basically when they took Verkhokamyansk with a huge refinery over there, which is over 40 kilometers from the east. They came close by almost crossing Stary Caravan and Brusivka, because then you had only Raigorodok and it was Slovyansk. And then it was true. Back then, it felt like Donbass was going to fall. Or at least all the sister cities were going to fall because there was no way to stop the Russians. And in fact, unfortunately, there was one. And that was the Kharkov operation. But we are coming close to changes. And actually, this is how this fucking situation is so crazy, because once you think it properly, the Russians are in Zarichne. That's 10 kilometers from Liman proper, less than 10 kilometers from Liman proper.
But from the other axis, so from Yampol, they are literally, I think, at 6.8 kilometers. It's crazy, guys. Because this thing that is supposed to be a secondary, according to the French kid, actually might very well become the winning stroke, let I say like that. Because if the Russians take Liman fully and go back to the Donetsk embankment, given how badly the Ukrainians are faring now with a new type of warfare, they're just going to make Sloviansk impossible to leave, as simple as that. And by pressing over there, it's just going to have the Russians go from Siversk. And as I said, it's going to be Kalenki, then Mykolaiivka, and when the Russians are in Mykolaiivka, it's over because they're going to free up the back pass from Stary Karavan and Brusivka, and it's done. The battle of the bridges over the Donetsk that was failed by the Russians in 2022 is going to be won not by going from the bridges, but literally coming from the east and taking Siversk. And honestly, this is the beauty of this war, is that a lot of people are still mocking the Russians for going slow, but if it breaks in Liman, it's going to end the Donetsk affair, unfortunately, for good. And that's what it is, guys. Now, there is a huge battle, like Kupiansk is, for instance, something that I still don't understand why the Ukrainians are fighting Kupiansk this badly, because Kupiansk actually, if we need to be honest, is useless in the current form, except for allowing the Russians to have a better defensive line. In order to come up from north and cut the supply lines behind Sloviansk. But if we have to be honest, the distance to cross over from Kupiansk towards Balakleya and then Izium and so forth is so far, and the area is so problematic to move through, that at this level of warfare, the whole maneuver is useless unless things change dramatically. And by things changing dramatically, that means that you're going to restart the whole operation from Volchansk, going towards Veliko-Lodiasy, and then the operation from currently Ambadne, going towards Veliki Burluk, and then clear up by piecemealing the whole area there, and then march again towards the Stary Sartov reservoirs. That kind of maneuver, that kind of movement in this ecosystem of threats is just not possible without a completely different approach, which means that Russians are going to start piling up more mobilized people, are going to have a lot more equipment, a lot more fuel, a lot more military assets, and they are going to deprive at least one direction of troops just in order to do this. The infiltration way to do that, we're seeing, has its own limits because of the carry capability on both sides. And this is why, in my opinion, and I'm sorry for people who are not going to agree with me, but this is why the Russians, in a certain sense, taking Kupiansk and just clearing the line around Oskol, is right now it's more like a pressure operation that I need to do for, as a springboard for later on. But given the monkeys' declarations, you cannot, in a certain sense, you cannot believe that something is going to happen for as long as there is a Donetsk operation. Now, as I said, if indeed Monkey doesn't want to stop at the Donbass and the 4 oblasts, then fair game, and then it's completely understandable, because locking the whole Oskil riverbed / reservoir and then starting to project themselves onto the quote-unquote flat towards the Shevchenkov area up to the Balakleya passage, then yeah. But as I said, first it would require a fuck ton of equipment and people, and then it would require a logic. What are you going to do with that southern part of the southeastern part of the Kharkov Oblast? And the only thing that pops out to anyone, and of course, if you check them up, you understand, you are going to restart the operational phase towards Barvinkove. And given that you're advancing on the Dobropila axis and you try to break through and everything, you are going to do exactly what was said by someone in September 2024, which is you are going to try and link up Barvinkove to Zorodikolodiaz-Veseloe. So you are going to cut the whole Donetsk, Dnipropetrovsk, Kharkov, three oblast area. And then by doing that, it's obvious to everyone who has eyes, you are going to start developing a offensive and pulling Ukrainian forces from the crossing to Dnipro to go all around and start to try and catch to Lozova, Panyutin and Krasnopavlivka, as we said initially on the logistical route. And then you have it. The Russians want absolutely that the Ukrainians start playing and fucking around with the logistics to stop a potential option from the Russian side up there. But this is not for today or tomorrow. You can see that by the ground the Russians need to cover. Either the Ukrainians are going to tap out militarily to avoid all this shit, because this is one thing I told you. The moment that the Russians chose not the nuclear option by blowing the bridges, which at some point they will have to do anyway, you go into the burn rate option. And this acceleration of losses, given how it is going for both sides, but especially for the Ukrainians right now, is going to lead the Ukrainians to do what? Basically to start panicking over how much it would cost them to completely reroute the war effort towards that axis. And it would require them to try and have them on the line that they have right now. The cost, as it stands, would be so big for Ukraine to start swapping all those lines, because at the same time the Russians are still going to come towards Prosyana, Pokrovsk, and Novokhalovka and going towards Zaporozhye, which means that your highway maneuver space is going to be, reduced of about, if you have the push, of about 1/3, and on top of it, if the Russians restart, because this is the biggest problem, as I said, Panyutin, Lozova, and the crossroad at Krasnopavlivka, roughly at Krasnopavlivka and Stepanivka, given the huge body of water there with the Krasnopavlivka reservoir, it cuts completely your transversal movement. And if, as I said, the Russians have passed the Borovaya and they are around Mirne, Hrovatska, beyond the Oskol defensive line / reservoir / river, then you don't have much choice. You need to use Kharkiv as your new hub in order to sustain whatever Russians are going to throw to you from the east to west, and then from east to west and west up north. What was the strongest point of the Ukrainian forces in 2022 and early 2023, which was that the Russians abandoned a lot of very vital areas of transit when they attack Konotop, Mena, Krugivka, Cherniv, and so forth, is now going to play very badly against the Ukrainians simply because the area where they have to defend and where the Russians are advancing creates a single stack on both sides with very little potential for maneuvering within the road network. And that is only sustained on the Ukrainian side by the crossing. So let's say that Monkey finally wakes up and remembers that he has a pair of balls and takes out at least two bridges, one in Dnipro, the other one in Zaporozhye. We're speaking about railroad bridges, of course. You understand what's going to happen. That what's going to happen is they're going to start overloading with the rail up north, probably around Kamyansk. It's further down because then in Kamyansk you need to start going with the railroad. The exact same place we're going right now, which is Vardiske, because they need to go down to Pavlograd. And that's how you're going to get them to the exchanger, either in Novoselivka or Pishanka, or you're going to get them, as usual, as I said, around Vilna and Hubinnika. Once you got them there, whatever arises in Pavlograd is also fair game. With EO-equipped Gerans, Shahids, call them what you want, it becomes even a worse moment. So the war that Ukrainians were fighting until 2023 is now gone. And this is what they cannot explain anyone. Because they said that the Russians were stupid. They said that the Russians couldn't evolve. They said that the Russians were not able to actually think in the 21st century. Every failure on top of it, they attributed to a Soviet mentality, so basically a Russian mentality. But once you start looking at how the Russians look at this war, with, as I said, their shortcomings, their political self-impairment, let's call it like this, with the way they are evolving, generally speaking, you understand that there is no passage. There is no way these guys are going to save themselves. That's it. It's game, and the only way that they're going to do it is committing a military suicide. But my idea is, like, if you have already a breakout danger now, why don't you get all the people you want now, or you need now, instead of trying to force it when the situation is going to be near catastrophic? And it's there when you can see that Ukraine is betraying its potential being maxed out as it stands. Everybody who said, Ukraine has plenty of people to throw. I'm like, why would Ukraine wait until 2 or 3 years instead of finishing it right now? Oh, because, no, it's not true. It doesn't work like that. Ukraine keeps losing more people to any kind of causes. Ukraine gets more destruction and more damage year after year. There is no logic to me to explain that Ukraine is waiting that Russia falls dead, and that's major call. On the other side, you can also say why Russia is waiting for the bridges. We know absolutely it's a political decision, which is a weakness. Nobody is pretending that it's a great deal that we're doing, that they're letting Ukrainians breathe and have bridges and have electricity, whatever you want. This is one of the things that is appearing right now. There was a analysis saying that the Russians got indicted at the ICC, or they are looked after by the ICC for the electrical grid campaign. Do not forget, these guys did that to the Iraqis. These guys, I'm saying the Western assholes, did that to Iraqis, did that to the Yugoslavs, and they did that to everyone who they needed to bomb. And they went on to a strategic defanging and destruction campaign every time they needed to do a showdown, be that in Libya, as I said. In other cases, there were also attacks in Syria where they fucking bombed the dam. So at no point the refusal from Monkey to go after the bridges, the dams, whatever, makes any kind of sense other than the Pobratima bullshit, which to me is not defensible in 2025 anymore. I had it like, okay, we're not going to commit genocide, we're not going to commit ecocide, all that bullshit. But the Ukrainians, they don't care. They literally started now doing exactly what Monkey is refusing to do. The moment they could, this is something I told you guys already last year, Ukrainians are literally creatures of habit. The moment they can do something, they will do it. They are not like the Russians who had and still have options. All that they want is just to fuck up stuff because it's a huge chip on their shoulders when it comes to Russia. And that's it. There's nothing else to be said. So yeah, this is what we're having with Ukraine right now. We are, before it was like 50-50 facts, propaganda. Now we are into a 20-80 more or less. And the problem is that even the 20 is mostly defensive, which means that on the long run, it's not going to get better for the Ukrainians. Like, we had this with Avdiivka. Remember that, we're still in, Korn was saying that we're still in Avdiivka. But Avdiivka was like 20 kilometers from there. Ocheretino, it's a small problem. We have to stop it. And then after 2-3 months, the guys are already knocking at Pokrovsk. So we have the same fucking problem that always had, but now the PR is not simply, I'd say, a defensive or a complementary tool. Now the PR has become the number one. Now the COPE has become the main tactic. Even when they have strikes, like, they manage to try and lie from their own fucking images for Spiderweb. And then they say, yeah, only half of the shit is being thrown now because Spiderweb was such a success. And we're now, this is one of the wages I told you guys. Just for the fun, we know that, for instance, the Ukrainians lied. Deep State lied about the losses in territory. And 13,000. So since Spiderweb, they have lost about 2,000 square kilometers. And this is fucking nuts, guys. This shit is nuts. Because it's only 4 months. So about 500 per month. And this comes from Blackbird, which is, as I said, it's not the best, but still, it shows you that a lot of the big shot operations that they are mounting, even those, they become more PR than actual real stuff. And it's the same with the refineries and the oil attacks. The Russians will survive those and will return the favor. And of course, we're going to hear war crimes, all that bullshit. But the favor would mean that Ukrainians are going to get in a worse position after they started this shit show against the Russians than before. And The only positive thing for the Ukrainians at that point is that they're going to push for more capability to damage the Russians, which will be answered by more damage from the Russian side. And you're going to keep this suicidal spiral when the Ukrainians are going to basically score some show points while the Russians are going to finish the match. But still, at the end, you can also understand that the biggest problem is that the Russians, instead of understanding that the PR needs to have a reply at some point, they're still not doing it because reasons. In a certain case, blowing up a bridge in Zappa, for instance, just to remind them, we can fuck you dry, wouldn't hurt. What is the point? Are you really thinking 2-3 years in advance that, oh, we cannot blow the bridge because we want to use it to invade the rest of Ukraine? Honestly, I'm going to be like 100% sincere with you guys. I do not believe that within 2 to 3 years the Russians are going to be able to do anything of that kind except on Zapo. And maybe Dnipro, but except from Zapo. Or, and that's the other option, but then we're having the same mindless optimism or optimism on the Russian side as the Ukrainian, that they hope that the destruction is going to be so big, manpower-wise, but also structural-wise on the Ukrainian side, that they're going to tap out before 2-3 years. This is a completely defendable position. The problem is that you are not making it clear to the Westerners, or the Westerners do not want to relinquish this situation, and they are keeping the Ukrainians from the balls. So it means that even if Ukraine wants to stop, they just can't. We had this almost breakout with Trump. And within 2 months, it was over. No peace deal. The Europeans rallied around Zelensky and said, oh no, this guy is going to fight. We're not going to push them to whatever. And then you had the bullshit with Spiderweb, and then you started to have the campaign against refineries. And now we have Trump going like, oh yeah, you know what, we're going to go full THD because THD is the only thing that's going to work for these fuckers. And I'm fine with that. But this also points out what I told you, like, if the Russians think that in 2.5, 3 years, the Ukrainians are really completely examined and fucked up, they couldn't fight, I do not believe that. If the tempo doesn't accelerate, and the tempo will accelerate if something happens, like as I told you, a bridge or 2 bridges, and also a couple of breakthroughs. We are seeing this with Dobropila. Dobropila wasn't the real breakthrough, it was a basic screen, and it sent them on tilt. So let's hope Monkey knows what he's doing in short to medium term, because on long term, I also have a feeling that Monkey is right. By 2027, the Ukrainians are going to be completely floored to actually defend in the way they have been so far. So by 2027, you're going to have the Ukrainians trying something absolutely crazy, or then going fully mental with the mobilization. There is no other way. I'm sorry to say it like this. In any case, guys, that was it for this space. I know it was extremely long, and the first part looked like a rambling, but I think that it was a very needed pointer on why Ukraine is in this case, and why the problem that I have is not really linked to they being able to fight or not being able to fight, but it's them being entrapped in their own spider web of lies, pun intended, in the case that they hyped up so much whatever they were doing that they forgot that at some point you need to turn around and check it. And that's exactly what the Ukrainians, I think, privately or whatever, try to do, but they're not able to just do it. As simple as that. Because it makes it extremely complicated for them to now turn around and say, "Oh, you know what, we lied to you, it's not 50,000, it's 190,000 or 160,000, doesn't really fucking matter. And you know all those guys who are waiting, missing in action, stuff like that, we know whether they're dead, but yeah, they're fucked dead. And we're not going to pay you for at least 2 years." This would be telling the truth to people. But Ukraine cannot afford this for, as I said, you're going to have mental shit going on. Now, the other problem that a lot of people are refusing to also understand is that there is a constraint on both sides when it comes to what they can do. A lot of people are talking about give us the money, we'll finish the job, give us the weapon, we'll finish the job. No, there is a real constraint when it comes to the equipment that you can procure, the equipment that you can buy, the shit that you can do with the money, and who are your suppliers going to be. In this case, the supply issue and chokehold is indeed Asia generally, but especially China when it comes to the drones. This means that it doesn't really matter what you want to do or what you're saying to people. What matters is what you can dish out. And we're seeing that despite everything, the yapping doesn't match the dishing. It's true that there are damages, but as I said, this is mostly because the Ukrainians are really maximizing the strikes. And it needs to be said, they are maximizing the strikes. They are getting intel. Now the bullshit that America said, now the Ukrainians are going to get straight intel from the US. We absolutely know that this is just nonsense. They never stop giving them intel. There are a couple of things that happened, especially with Gudkov. We know that it was the Americans tracking the guy, on top of the bullshit that the Russians themselves keep doing. We know also that most of the shit that happens in the Black Sea never happens without the Americans being absolutely obvious about the ISR encroachment. Not the first time, not the last time. And the problem with the Black Sea encroachment is that they have no problem with that. The Americans are fine with what they're doing. With this make-believe we're not in the war, pinky promise, while everybody knows it. And the announcement that happens right now, it's not that much that this is Trump's war, no, because it has become Trump's war for a while now. But the announcement is in a certain sense typically what Trump is going to do, that, aha, see, I did that. But once again, we are going to what I said to you guys, into the Leopards ate my face shit, when the Ukrainians are going to get raped. Remember, they were throwing ATACMS for so long. Then it stopped. ATACMS didn't change the face of warfare. In a certain sense, I do not think they're going to get Tomahawk for a myriad of reasons. But even if the Tomahawks come, it's not going to change much. The biggest issue that Ukrainians have right now is that if they want to execute any kind of deep battle plan, whatever, they would have to go through a complete re-equipment of their whole military. Not piecemeal by piecemeal, not 10 F-16s there, 20 tanks there. No, we discussed this multiple times. First of all, it would have to be a homogenized procurement. So basically, all the Americans can provide that in shortish term, because it's still going to be between 6 and 9 months to get somewhere between 2 and 4 BTGs. ACBs.
you will have to have at least 400 F-16s, plus their equipment, the pilots, the armament, probably half of the AD that the Americans have. It's just not there as it stands. Doing what Ukrainians are doing right now is just like some kind of attempt to pretend that they can do it, but they will not be able to do it. What they are doing right now is just mosquito strikes, mosquito bites on the Russians, in order to force the Russians by their counter-attrition to, seek terms for peace. But the issue is that, first of all, the bites are not hard enough, and the Russians do not care because their production capability is allowing them to replace whatever they're losing. For most of the equipment, of course. And then for the expendables and the supplies and so forth, the Russians have also found their own way to actually palliate or buy abroad or procure without being constrained as it is. Now, there is indeed other issues, but I will not talk about those tonight, simply because it's not important at this stage. What's going to be important at this stage is the following, as I said to you. Ukrainians, in order for them to have any kind of change, will have to tell the truth to the population first. They cannot do this for obvious reasons. Second part is that if they want to do anything with regard to the military structure, they would need to change it. But they can't for the moment because there is a direct link with the political power at B, which has permeated on every single level. And this is one of the things that happens often when you are too long at a certain position and you start completely controlling it. There is a necrosis that installs itself. And a lot of the guys who are calling the shots right now within the Ukrainian military or Ukrainian security forces have become a cancer for that structure, that institution. And then the most important part is, as I said, generally speaking, the Ukrainians know that they're losing a very specific battle right now. It's just that battle cannot be changed because they cannot build new roads. They cannot spend money and equipment and people to afford themselves bypasses, new roads. It's as simple as that. It's just a matter of capability, long term. And this would lead, in my opinion, to, as I told you guys, a continuation of the formerly Ugledar wall towards the Zaporozhye Oblast and the Dnipropetrovsk Oblast. And then, most importantly, if things go well, especially on the Liman area, a unexpected quote-unquote backdoor attempt to Slovyansk, and of course the pressure around Siversk. Ironically, these two movements coming from the Liman Sviatohirsk area are going also to lower the intensity of the Konstantinovka defense, because you're going to start spreading the forces from Slovyansk to Konstantinovka while also being pressed into Pokrovsk and being stretched, quote unquote, on the Zaporozhye-Dnipropetrovsk axis, with the potential and possibility for the Russians to restart a push towards Orikhiv to almost get to the Komushivaka area within 6 months, and then you're going to have a completely different landscape. So once again, small gains territorially, maximum 2,000 to 3,000 square kilometers in the general log, but a huge impact when it comes to exactly the type of war that the Russians are waging against the Ukrainians at this point, which is strangulation, salami tactics when it comes to dividing the front, and also being sure and certain of the strength that they can rely on
and the strength that Ukrainians can produce against them. So basically, for as long as the war stays where we are, I'm not saying that the Ukrainians cannot surge or stuff like that. I'm saying like that it's just Ukraine against Russia on the ground. Um, we are going to a military, despite the attempts, maybe even if they weren't like sound or true on behalf of Trump. I think we're going to a military solution to this phase of the combat, uh, awaiting a potential, I think, a probable phase 3 after 2030. So thank you very much, guys. If you have questions, if you want to intervene, whatever, is up to you. Um, so, yeah. Okay, I see that we don't have takers on the intervention side. I'm really sorry. I know it was long. It's just that I think a lot of people need to get the way we are thinking about the war in the sense that it's not just, oh, we are seeing something blowing there, and like, oh, see, 10 Ukraine tanks are destroyed. There is a lot more, and honestly, I'm very fucking. It's funny because the group, the GC, it was so chaotic and still so chaotic from time to time, and that what makes it very funny and so much on a completely different level. I don't know how it works on the Ukrainian side, how they fucking group thing and stuff like that, but I've never been so happy to actually read sometimes what's in the GC because it completely blows my mind. There are some fucking great guys in the group, and I sometimes I really think that they should literally take the front stage instead of me because I also have the feeling that there is not much to be said anymore, and I do not have. I mean, I've never thought about you guys thinking, oh, there is like he's just alone or whatever. And honestly, I hope that at some point, as it had happened sometimes with Trump or other people, I hope that I'll start leaving center stage and that the other guys were gonna take over. Doesn't matter in what form, what shape. Uh, just because I really tell you guys, it's not that I don't have much to give more, but simply all our points as a team are being validated in a way or another, and still the war doesn't stop, and still Ukrainians just don't want to stop the killing of their own people. The Russians, like on that part, I'm not talking about the Russians, and it's there that you start understanding that it's not just Ukraine in this. And if you want the example on why it's not only Ukraine that has a vested interest on the killing to not stop, well, this is the best example ever. We identified the weakest point within 3 to 6 months. What we said was going to happen happens, and still, what gets branded as success is the stalling of the Russian advance for a couple of days, weeks, months, and when the advance inexorably goes to where it's supposed to go, then there is more copium. And on top of it, this is not even like just trolls or Ukro pushers on Twitter. It has become, this is why the space was initially started, it has become a public policy to cope. Like Yermak comes out like, oh, we're gonna fucking hit Russia if they hit our fucking energy system. I'm like, bro, what the fuck are you talking about? They're not gonna hit you, they're just gonna fucking erase your shit. And this is what happened. They blow something in Russia, Russia replies 10 times worse. There are a lot of cries, there are a lot of bitching and a lot of emotional blackmailing with kids showing us being dead or mothers and stuff like that. Of course, nobody says that at the same fucking strike, like they raised a couple of assholes as well. But you know, this is what has completely alienated me from the Ukrainian plight, to be honest. Just like, just don't. You don't need to lie. You can say, okay, we gotta do things to what we need to do for defending ourselves. I don't like the manipulation that Ukraine has to put in, and the spin they have to put in everything. It makes everything black and white, and it just isn't like that. If Russians were to be that bad, I'm telling you, it's super simple. They had the possibility back in the day to completely fuck up the Zaporozhye bridge. Never happened. Now they have also the possibility to go after the Dnipro bridges. Never happened. In Zaporozhye now they can UMPK the bridges. Doesn't happen. It's not like we said initially with it's because Iskander. No, now they can UMPK the bridges. They can put systematically 4, 5, 6, 7 tons of explosive. At some point, something's gonna hit, you know, because it's dumb bombs with a gliding kit. They're not doing it. They are bombing shit in Zaporozhye, but they're not taking out the bridges. Then you have to ask yourself, is Monkey mental? Yes, in my opinion, on that aspect, and the way how he looks at Ukrainians, in my opinion, is fucking mental. And in a certain sense, as much as the Russians have to congratulate Zelensky for being cancer on that position, in a certain sense, Ukrainians need to be happy that it's Monkey at the helm. Because anybody else who's going to be a lot more expeditive and a lot more drastic can change the perception of the war within the Ukrainian public extremely fast. With just this simple trick. Blah, blah, pun intended. So yeah, thank you very much, guys, for being here. It was long, it was arduous. I'm really sorry for that. I promise to never exceed 2 hours again in the future, especially given how the war is going. Yeah, have a good one. Bye-bye.